It's been overnight.
Yeah.
Union job will be hard to find. Tennessee, like nearly half of US states, is a right to work state, which makes it harder for unions to get members and financial support.
Oh, done. It's good. Oh, done. Done.
I don't.
How are you? On 10 minutes. Good. Short one councilman, so I'm giving her just a second. I think she's on her way in. Oh, that's what we're.
That was right. Is Veronica on there? Do you see Stephanie?
There it is. Yeah.
Hi, Veronica.
Okay, it's about 6:02. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Here.
Mr. Beal,
Here.
Ms. Sykes,
Here.
Mr. Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Barsani,
Here.
Mr. Ecker.
Here.
Mr. Bassani.
Here. Okay, I'll stand for the pledge of allegiance, please. Please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To entertain a motion to the approval of the agenda for tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
I got a motion by Nick V. Hill,
I'll second it.
a second by Rick Jennings. Any discussion? Additions, deletions, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Sykes,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Mr. Jennings,
Yes.
Mr. Ecker,
Yes.
Space,
Yes.
Mr. Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani,
Yes.
passes.
Yeah, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda for this evening.
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I got a motion by Jacqueline Sykes, a second by Nick V. Hill. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Ecker,
Yes.
Space,
Yes.
Mr. Beal,
Yes.
Mr. Jennings,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani,
Yes.
Ms. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
passes.
Mr. Colander, can we just consider them approved and move on, or do we have to read them?
No, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
Consent.
No, we're good.
Good with them? They're approved. Can we do that? Okay. If for those of you who do not have a computer or a copy of the agenda, it's approval liquor license for Angie's Liquor Express, liquor license for the Silver Dollar, special events permit for the Museum of Friends, and an IGA concerning our elections coming up, where we have Warfno County Clerk run our election and get an IGA signed. Those are the four items that are approved. Approval of the July 18th City Council regular meeting minutes.
I move to approve July 18th regular city council meeting minutes.
Second.
We've got a motion by Rick Jennings, a second by Nick V. Hill. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Second item is the approval of the July 24th special meeting.
I make a motion to approve the special meeting of July 24th.
I got a motion by Jacqueline Sykes,
Second.
second by Nick V. Hill to approve the July 24th City Council meeting minutes. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Staff reports are next. City Attorney Catherine Vera can close the report. Are there any questions of Catherine, or Catherine, you have anything?
The only thing I have is that I'm going to be at a hearing on September 5th. The first meeting that's scheduled in September. So I can have someone from my office cover that meeting, coverage for the meeting. If you don't need anybody, you know, we don't have to have anybody, but if you want somebody to staff that meeting,
You can't do Zoom either?
no, I can't.
Totally tied up.
Yeah, because usually, you know, it's a trial and so
I wouldn't be opposed to having somebody from your office on Zoom.
Okay, okay,
If we can do that.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can find somebody to cover it.
Okay, anybody have a problem with that?
No.
Do attorney on Zoom?
Okay.
Any other questions, Catherine? We'll have her presentation on computer.
And I have just one
Go ahead.
question. Do we feel pretty confident that we have the Zoom issue resolved?
More question for the clerk and deputy city clerk, I think.
Okay, I just see it on,
Some suggestions,
okay,
put them in contact with some other municipalities that kind of figured out a way to do an authentication to prevent some of the hackers from getting on.
I can answer that now if you'd like.
I would, thank you.
First of all, Dan Harper, our IT guy right now, came in and said that Google is something we already use. So in essence, this would actually save us money because we would eliminate Zoom completely, but there's more protection and security with Google, is what he's telling me. And I've asked him to get more supporting documentation so that we can make that decision that Google might be the answer, which would mean we would eliminate Zoom completely and use Google. Otherwise, I did get with Erie. She sent Erie, Colorado as one of those. And what they do is that they actually have you register to be part of Zoom. And then, so I would put out a thing in the Walsenburg, on our website and probably in the paper and such, that in order to participate on Zoom, you would need to register first. So now we have a list of registered Zoom participants. And then the day before the meeting, they have to send me another notice indicating they want to be part of that Zoom meeting for that specific council meeting, and then I give them a password. So right now, all it is they walk into the website and click in it and boom, they're in. Okay, so what this would do is it would make it a little bit harder to be able to get into Zoom, but everybody who wants to get into Zoom can still do so. But I think the Google is might be the answer. Okay, so I'm supposed to be getting that back probably within the end of this week. So I should have a better feel for what it will do for us.
Would the Google still have like a code and such that you're talking about?
I'm not 100% sure. There's a lot of people that use Google and it's a different format, but it works just the same and it's recordable and all that other good stuff.
I think you should really look into the code option.
That's the one I'm kind of leaning towards, but I don't have any documentation saying why this is more secure, and I need to get that before I bring it to you guys to make a decision. So that's the answer. Okay,
Thank you.
you betcha.
Any other questions of city attorney or report? No, we'll move on. Mr. Colander, I guess you want to introduce staff. We'll go to.
Yeah, I wanted everybody to kind of meet everybody. I can't sit here and do what Gay did right at this moment, and put out a report. So I just thought we'd do it verbally. The biggest thing I want you to do is just let them introduce themselves to you. Let them, give a little synopsis of what they've been doing the last couple of days or weeks, what have you. And then open it up to questions to you guys, but making it, like a 3-minute, okay. So, but the first one I'm going to bring up is David Sheridan. And David, if you'd like to get up there, and he is the go ahead. I want you to please do so, sir.
Well, I'm gonna start it off with good news for you guys.
Always welcome.
Have my report. You probably have questions. I'm absolutely available to answer those at any time. We have 4 projects coming in. And of those 4 projects, 3 of them are outside developer money. They're look like, well, I should say 3 of them are outside development. One of them is CED, Huerfano County Economic Development, with the 7 houses in Cuerno Verde. And the reason I've included them because they're saying after 3 years that it's really going to go.
Oh,
Those, along with 2 others, happen to be additions to your tax base. These are going to create real estate that ups your tax base because the houses are for sale houses. The second project is the Fremont paving site, which is just a paving patch plant from out in the county into the town. Again, increases your tax base. And the third one is on East Indiana Street. It's been in the works for years, is my understanding. So, and I just got in touch with the developer within last 2 weeks. But it's a 17-unit, multifamily, 2-structure rental project. It is ready to come out of the ground probably in October if everything falls in place. And it is private development. The other thing that is the fourth project is a water proposal out in Northlands, water main proposal. Now, of all these projects, none of these are asking for any kind of money or subsidy or anything from the town. So that kind of makes it a little bit easier. And there's, among these 4 projects, you have improvements to the town, you have tax base, property tax base increasing, tax revenue, utility revenue. So these are not problematic. I should also mention that 2 of the projects, we are very close to receiving final engineered drawings. They appear to be very professional. They appear to be, they're assuring us we're going to have all the engineering. When we get those, then these 2 packets can be sent to our licensed plan review people. In both cases, they don't look like they're going to present us any problems. And the other thing is that these people are paying their fees. So that also helps. There are questions, and particularly on the East Indiana project, and I bring it up now because I know Mr. Colander and I we don't know. I think that's the easiest way to say it, but apparently there is a sewer problem that has existed out there for years. I'm giving you the secondhand information from the developer. He apparently got it from the previous owner, so I can't attest to any of the accuracy of it. But if he thinks there is an 8-inch new piece of pipe, which is mated into a downstream 4-inch piece of pipe on the sewer main, and apparently it's been that way for quite a few years. Jackie's nodding her head. Maybe no.
It's true.
And according to him, there have been blockages on that line for single-family residential property owners. And this goes back some amount of years. We don't know. The other thing is he believes that there was an assurance by some past council that they were going to fix that. What I don't know, because this was fairly new landing in my lap, is how far Gay Davis had gotten along on that, and if she had that in a work schedule, maybe. But it apparently is a known problem. Obviously, you put 17 toilets dumping into that same main. That's a good thing because it's 1/4 of the flow capacity. Otherwise, any of the other things that have come up or been resolved or have been questions are more details. The other major topic that surfaced, and this all came about, and Mayor Vazani and John Galusha attended a meeting in person with CDOT about the road widening out there. And it delayed what we had in writing ready to go to present to you because they gave us a high-class problem, which is the opportunity to put a pipe under their road and save us money. That report you also have in your packet. I'm happy to answer questions about any of that, but that is related to water that's being proposed, the water main project enhancement that's being proposed by Dakota Campgrounds. And that is for the project that I was mentioning. But now that's become a larger opportunity. Obviously, there's some things that could be corrected out there and money saved, cost avoided. Those are the major things on my plate right now. Questions?
Yeah, you want to discuss the Northlands water line, CDOT's willing to work with us to get it in, but I think what I understood, we have to somehow fund it. The water line part.
Well, and I attended the same meeting.
Yeah.
But remotely. Yeah, my understanding, and heard anything different, but there's approximately, and I looked at the map, there's approximately a 600-foot stretch going through the gap, which if we're willing to pay for an 8 or 10-inch piece of plastic going through there, even if we don't use it right now, at least we can get that buried pretty cheaply. But yes, my understanding was that is a city expense.
Are you involved with working on trying to get a grant, or should we go to GMS and try to get them to?
No, that was a surprise to me that day too.
It's okay.
So, I had no other further knowledge.
I think we got a chance to do it. I personally think we need to do it. If there's a chance at all.
Much cheaper than rock boring at a later date.
And they agreed, the state highway agreed it could be under their roadway. They didn't have a problem with that. They didn't want to cut that hill any further than they have to. So they'd rather have it under the roadway is what I got out of that.
Yes, in my report, I used the word magnanimous offer.
Yeah.
Because CDOT is not noted for things that easy.
Oh, well, they have their days. I work for them a lot, I know. I'm not sure anybody even knows what's out there for water lines now. Probably George Beer and they do. This CDOT could use some information on what's out there. George is supposed to send me some diagrams and get that to them, because the day they were boring, they were worried about them hitting that line, and somebody went and knocked on their door, and good thing we have a state guy lives next to Rick, so. We're probably going to need to gather, it's probably not in your department, gather up some data on what is actually out there and what needs to be done.
I gave you a brief summary of that in the report that you have. And the thing that apparently was a surprise to everybody is that there is a private 2-inch main serving the west side of that highway.
Yeah.
There are city meters hanging on a private main. The Beer owns that main. And I think obviously there's probably a lot of information we don't know and would like.
Yeah, I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to help the state get that all we can and clean it up, a chance to clean it up, I agree with the theory of getting a 6-8 inch run all the way around and be done with it, basically. Especially now, if you got a concrete company going to tie into that 2-inch main, that seems like that's going to be a lot of load on that main, on that 2-inch line.
Yes, and that's another question that popped up, which is an original permit filing. They're asking for a 3/4, just one toilet, one sink.
That's what we were told, yes.
And they, towards the last minute, they decided they would want a 2-inch there. Just kind of taking a chance on the future that maybe someday they would have consumptive use. They know they don't now, but in any case, for the 3/4 capacity, that's nothing on that. And I
Right.
Look at gauges out there that the beers have 35 PSI, which is very high pressure. So
I got a letter from, I think Rick forwarded to me on the truck driving school, possibly north or the south end of town. Have you been involved with them at all?
yeah, that's one of the little detail projects that I figured you didn't want me picking up my minutes with, but yeah, it is off the radar right now in that I should say Gay Davis and city people resolved where the meter is, which there was some expectation that it's somewhere out in the county land. They don't know what they want. Short of it. And so they have agreed with the truck driving school, they're gonna haul water to a temporary building, I guess, and so nothing is being asked of the
Okay.
city at this moment.
We just got that letter, so I was curious. I thought maybe all of a sudden they got serious, but maybe not.
I think they're serious about putting the truck driving school in. I was in that meeting.
They're also kind of serious about a cold storage facility that they're looking to possibly do as well.
Oh, okay,
So,
that's new to me.
yeah, this is a Lola Spradley and a Carlton Croft endeavor.
Yeah.
They're the ones who have been spearheading this. And Lola really thing happened, but it's going to be right next to that San Isabel location in that area. So, and they're talking about, I mean, the last thing I heard was Gay was discussing with them using propane instead of gas, but I don't know. No, that's the, I'm sorry, that's
Fremont.
that's me. So shut me up when I need.
Yeah, we got that one, I think, put to bed because they only need to heat a little tiny building and the natural gas line is on the opposite side of the highway.
Yeah. A lot of boring and a lot of digging.
I guess my concern is a private water line, like I don't understand that. So if it's a private line, how does that work? And does the city get revenue from that private line if they're feeding that private line?
I investigated that with SIEA. That was installed, I believe, in 2014. Maybe wrong about that, but in any case, when it was installed, because it's a utility company and every municipality gets special dispensation to the electric utility, but they were given water out in unincorporated county.
So I'm talking about I'm talking
Yeah.
about Northlands.
Oh.
You had mentioned about the 2-inch private line or whatever. Yeah, I'm over here.
Okay,
I don't understand that, like private line, what does that mean?
that is a line that pre-existed annexation.
Right.
And it runs all the way from the Family Dollar store. There's a city main there. Crosses the hogback, crosses under the highway, and then goes down the west side. And that 2-inch main served private land for a long time. Obviously, at some point 40 years ago, give or take, they had an extraterritorial water agreement. And they were taking water at the town limits up on top of the hogback. Since then, when these sites out there got developed recently, somehow the city agreed to put in city taps and meters out there off that 2-inch line.
So there are meters on that line.
Yes.
All of that water is being,
For example, I think there's 2 grows out there. I believe they're both on it.
my concern is how long does that line stay a private line? I mean, if that land has been annexed into the city, I would think that would partly become part of city I mean, I don't understand. Who maintains that line? Does the city maintain that line?
No. And that is, in fact, in the water report, what I was alluding to is the city at some point has to deal with easements too. You don't own the line, then I don't know what the easement situation is out there. So you're exactly right. That is
So that sounds like a water attorney question. Absolutely. My other question is the Indiana project. I believe that's the same project that was presented to planning and zoning. And there were some questions about those vacated alleys. And nobody could really say or when those alleys were vacated. So I was just curious to know if that in fact had been proved that those alleys were vacated where they were going to build those 17 units.
I believe they were, but the only reason I say that is because I heard about this a year ago with HCED. But I don't know that.
Yeah, because that was a question that I asked it and nobody. I mean, I've heard this song and dance before where they said these alleys are vacated and after further investigation, they were not. So I would like to know that before that project proceeds.
Good question. I don't know.
I believe within the last couple of months, there's been 4 recordings on the easements, the vacating of those alleys, so we can look at them. They're in the recordings under the city. So we can look at them and see, or the attorney can.
So I have a question. No senior center on your list?
You know, I
Good question.
haven't been contacted. I'm assuming you're talking about
So I sent in the plans on June 22nd, and I was told that they were sent to AEC for review, and here I wait.
and to be clear, my task has been outside development coming in. So there are probably other projects that have made it into city process for permitting. And they wouldn't have even come to me because they're considered in process and no problem.
That's just a big project for this community, and I mean, so Rick's gonna follow up for me. I just thought I'd hit you up since you were reporting. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anybody have anything else? No, thank you guys very much. And before we get too far, I'd like to thank all the employees that stayed with us and got through this mess that we're going through. We do appreciate that from everyone. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca? You want to? Yeah, this is gonna be on the animal shelter.
All right.
So this is the next thing in your packet. It's rather thick.
Yes,
So,
have it.
Rebecca, yours.
Okay. Put my glasses on. Hello, council members. My name is Rebecca Mondragon. I've been employed here for 3 years. I love my job. I care for the animals. As you know, you got a packet from FACFA. We have some major improvements we have to do, and we got to follow a lot of guidelines now. I'm just gonna read this letter that was. I'm gonna just read it to you guys. Greetings, I have been asked to update situation of the Animal Control Department in light of new regulations imposed by FACFA. The act under the purview of Colorado Department of Agriculture on May 23rd, 2023. The new regulations went into effect regarding the contingency plans, disease control and behavior of and enrichment. I will briefly summarize my attempt to meet these regulations. Although should anyone have further questions, I am always available to answer them as best as I can. Contingency plans sorry guys, I'm nervous.
That's all right. You're doing good.
This section of the new regulations requires our shelters to have a backup plan in case of natural disaster, power outages, or weather emergencies, etc. I currently have put in place a plan to relocate all the animals at the shelter to several possible locations if needed, including our primary backup. If agreed on, the first place would be the wastewater treatment in the garage area. The animals would be in kennels and, would be in. That would be the first place. The secondary is out there in the Navajo area. I can get all that to you guys, all that information. Okay, we have a network of volunteers that can temporarily house the animals until emergency is over. Lots of volunteers have been stepping up. I also have created a bug out kit with appropriate food, supplies, medicines, and that would travel with the dogs to the location. Disease control. This section of the regulations require that the shelter have a plan of action for disease outbreak. All animals have updated on current medical records at this time. I have put in place a plan to isolate any animals that show signs of disease, followed quickly with a call for advice for treatment from our small network of veterinarians and volunteers. If an animal needs to be isolated further, they would be moved basically the same way as the contingency plan noted above with immediate follow-up care. The behavior enrichment which is important for these guys. The new regulations also require that the shelter is to put in place a proactive enrichment plan for the animals at the shelter. However, the shelter is old and outdated and struggles to function properly as it is almost full all the time. What's needed are several what is needed is several fenced areas where animals can roam, exercise, run and play, set times during the day. Presently, that option is not available, as the shelter was only been designed for short-term holding. Each dog is confined to a small kennel each day, every day, and quality of life is low right now. This will not meet the standards imposed by the state. My suggestions for council is to build several fenced-in areas where the animals can run and play in a safe, secure manner. This would be a short-term solution. However, what is urgently needed is a larger structure of approximately 12 kennels to meet current designs and standards. It is a struggle to take care of these animals in potentially dangerous extreme heat and cold. And I believe the current condition of the shelter will never meet the state standards. In short, the present shelter is obsolete and should really only be used to be temporary holding facility in the future. I also suggest that council explore the idea of entering into a joint agreement with county, as a shelter does get intakes on demand from them. A joint venture which one city employee and one county employee would share the burden of labor cost equally with both entities. In conclusion, the animal control will require a new facility to meet the current and future standards, and will also need more personnel to maintain the facility and meet the standards imposed by the state. I firmly believe that this could be done as a joint city venture. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Respectfully.
Thank you very much. Does
Thank you.
the county now have anything at all?
No,
Nothing.
the animal shelter is the old shelter in Warpino County.
I know rules are getting bigger and bigger every day, so we have to do something.
Yes.
Maybe we can get with the county and see if they'll help.
Statement she just made about the county and the city trying to put something together. It's very important because she basically works 7 days a week,
Yeah.
which she's not supposed to be doing.
So
And
Well, I take calls.
Well-
I haven't been working the weekends for a while.
that's good, but
I do take calls. Because I am a first responder and I care.
and you're taking animals from outside the city limits.
yes, you do.
Yes.
So
So in Los Animas County in Trinidad, Noah's Ark is their animal, control. They just built a brand new facility with funding that they raised. They're nonprofit 501c3. They're able to get grants, and I had asked that at one point, is it time for the city to look for a nonprofit that can take over this service where they have maybe more funding, things that are available to them? It sounds like you have a great volunteer base.
Yeah, that is up to the city of Walsenburg. I'm just an employee and I care. So that is up to council and the citizens of Walsenburg, what they want here. And for the community of Warpino County. The animals, there's a lot of animals out there.
When is this contingency plan? What's the deadline on it?
Okay, well, let's say, if I were to she could do a surprise visit on me at any time. And if she comes and I don't have things, I could get dinged, we could be shut down. So that's why I'm diligently pushing forward to get things going ASAP.
You have anybody helping you with this?
I have volunteers.
And so in here you have a bid for a fence. I only see one bid.
Taylor fencing. That's why I'm asking, if we can put a bid out in the newspaper.
I think we need to.
That's.
We have to have several bids, and especially if we can get somebody local.
Yep.
I mean, keep our money local.
Yep, whatever you guys want to do. I am for it, as long as I'm seeing progress. So I can move forward, so I can make sure that everything is complying with what we need.
And you
For our
think,
citizens and our animals.
and you think if we at least get this fence done, maybe they'll kind of ease up on you a little bit if you
I
have.
think if I'm showing more, if I'm showing the state that I am working diligently to get this going, they would be a little bit, we might get dinged a little bit, but I don't think they're going to totally shut us down. I can't speak for them
They should see you're trying.
if I'm trying. And I don't know if you,
There's been a lot of, I know citizens that would like to see a dog run or something in this community.
absolutely, and that was.
We can do that together. So
I wanted to get with Ray because me and Ray were talking about that also, and he's got some ideas that he think would be some good places to put some dog parks. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was talked about with the first council I ever got involved with.
yeah.
I can't think of the,
This is my first time here in 3 years, so.
So Rebecca, you mentioned that the current facility, like it was for short term. So what does that mean? That we don't do short term anymore? We're long term?
No,
And how did that happen? How did it evolve from short term to long term?
what would happen in the past is the animals, they would stay for 5 days. If once the owner is notified, they don't come for them, they have 5 days to come get their dog. If they don't, then the city has the right to euthanize them. So, since I started working, euthanasia is not in line with the values of this community. I've had more people in the community not wanting the euthanasia. I mean, we've transferred dogs out. We've adopted a lot of dogs. These dogs have good potentials. It's not their fault that they were born in just like some children, they didn't ask for this. I understand that sometimes it is necessary. I've had to do 2 euthanasias this year. And that was court ordered. I mean, but if the situation, that's the back of my burner. I try to help place in which I have in the last 3 years.
So
I've placed a lot of animals.
So what's like the longest that an animal has stayed at that shelter?
You really want to know?
I do really want to know. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I mean, when you think about,
And I tell you what, I had a lady find this dog online. She drove all the way down from Colorado Springs and adopted Blue. Blue was all over Facebook forever. He's a pit bull, American bulldog mix. And he was there the longest. And she loves him. He was the best dog, but no one wanted to give him a chance. He was the best dog. She loves him to death. And it's our companions.
I mean, it's the resources that,
The resources.
start putting, there's no revenue generated for this. And this is all taxpayer dollars. That's pretty nice.
What I've been running this on is donations.
Okay.
If you look at the numbers, I have hardly spent any money on dog food in the last 2 years. If you pull that up, I've gotten pallets of dog food donated. I've had the community donating dog food for these shelters because they don't want them to be euthanized. And I have rescues that have came forth and FFTF, Lahawa. I can't tell you how many animals they have spayed out of their pocket, out of the funds that they have for these animals to get them placed and moved. It didn't come out of the city at all. None of this, hardly anything else came in out of the city. This has all been done by the committee, by the community.
And that's why I feel like this is more of a nonprofit that needs to
And
really,
whatever you guys.
because then that opens up so many more doors.
It does.
Other funding opportunities
Absolutely.
that the city cannot go after.
That's however you guys want to do it.
Well, we need to consider all of the options. You've done a great
Absolutely.
job of getting donations and we appreciate everything you do.
It's the community. I mean,
Yeah.
we have some
Mhm.
awesome citizens here.
Well, in the Colorado Pet Pantry, they were
Yes,
willing to give food and, I made that connection and you had great volunteers that went to pick it up. And I'm sure if you ask them, they'll do it again.
we're trying to work on that again as well. So I try to as me, I try to stay out of the city budget as much as I can because I know this, you know, I know what it's, you know, it could be, if if there's not a fine line between both of them, then there would be a major issue.
Well, and you mentioned about quality of life, and if an animal's staying in that place for a year, that's.
Well, I understand that too. But like I said, we have volunteers going out and walking these dogs. I go out there and I try to do my best with them. But at the end of the day, this dog got adopted and he's got probably 4 or 5 years left where he's got excellent quality of life. And I can take in, and if I have really vicious dogs in there, I wouldn't hesitate to do what I have to do. But all of these dogs, it's not their fault. And that's why the enrichment plan is in here. And there's all kinds of stimulations that you can do to help these dogs.
And it's only dogs, right? No cats?
We don't have the ordinance. There's not an ordinance for cats right now. And this, I don't have, FACFA we're not licensed for cats right now. And I don't have a facility for them either.
And I think we somewhat have a little bit of an obligation. People don't want dogs running around their neighborhood. And so we have this facility and we've taken this on. So I think we have some obligation to have a decent facility and.
Just think what it would do for Werfenau County.
Yeah.
To have this nice shelter for the animals.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised in the last 3 years, there's probably only, I'm gonna say 50% of people even know that we had a shelter out there. There's so many people, we have a shelter? I didn't know we had a shelter.
Yeah, I didn't either. Well, I did, but not that long ago I found out. But no, I think there's a lot of things the city has to supply that don't pay for itself. We do parks.
It's a service.
We do a lot of things, yeah, and people want those kind of things.
Yes.
So I think we gotta help.
Emotional support.
I'd be in favor if you can get we need more than one bid on a fence.
That's fine.
Wanna do that.
Get it put in the paper. I'm also asking the shelter inside needs to be badly painted,
Yeah.
but it needs to be sandblasted. It's got layers and layers and layers and layers. The paint's not even adhering to it anymore.
Yeah, and then give me a chance to talk to the commissioners. Maybe we can get them on board and help them a little bit.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
did a
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks. You can hear the commitment.
Come back anytime.
Thank you.
Calvin was going to be here, but he ended up having a culture on his throat and he's got strep.
Oh,
So I told him that we didn't need it as well. So I told him, go,
thank you.
Stay home.
yeah, please. Gerald? Oh, shoot, I heard what you said. This is the next in your packet there.
Okay. Boring quote.
Hello, I'm Gerald Beagle. I work sewer and water. We've been working up on a TA where they had a water issue where they lost power. We went for all to the PFR, raise them up, raise water pressure. We dug up probably over 200 foot of a 2-inch main that's out there. Checked the valves. We went all the way down to the 90 to the asphalt as far as we can pretty much dig without interfering with the businesses down there. But we've come to figure the problem's got to be under the asphalt, so if we dig that up, we're interfering with all their business between TA, Taco Bell and the motel. I have contacted Eagle Boring out of Colorado Springs, which they have given me a bid of $200. It's 2 miles, approximately 300 foot, which will go to both of them. Their accuracy is probably within 2 inches. So I figured, if they can come in that close, they can with the business and everything out there, that'd be our best bet. If we have to dig it up, we're probably looking at minimum 3 days having to do it at night. It's probably going to be roughly 900 square foot of asphalt that we're going to have to replace because the asphalt is 8 inches deep out there. So I got an estimate on that. We're looking about $9,000 just in asphalt. That's not even for the labor, of digging it up, tamping it out, reinstalling everything and stuff. So we've
We have a temporary line out there right now, an inch and a half coming off the hydrant that's supplying all their water. So right now, we keep in close communication with them and everything out there. We check it pretty much every single day, make sure that they're good. If we're gonna do anything, we go in, we let them know. I told them if we're gonna do their water, shut it off or anything like that, I give them a notice, you know, and give them at least a 2-day notice before we do any work as far as shutting any of the water or anything off. So that's why with the bid, I have, we can get it prepped as far as digging out the meter pits and clearing a fence and some barriers. They can be down here by Thursday, start the work on it. If, you know, we're also working on TA plus sewers and any other water issues that we have in town. So we're kind of bouncing back and forth on everything that we have going. So it's kind of makes it a little rough, you know, just to prioritize out there. So we got 3 people working on water and sewer right now. We just hired one. So thank you guys.
Is there a reason you only have one bid? That seems to kind of be like the theme, why we don't get more than one bid.
I had issues trying to find boring company.
That's what I kind of wondered.
Yeah.
So, and then to find somebody that can actually come in and as quick as they can.
Okay.
So that's the reason that I went.
Great answer. Thank you.
What's their accuracy? You know, if I get in that area, I feel pretty safe that we won't hit anything along the area or anything. So that's what the bid and stuff is for, and that's what we have going on down at the TA. So is there anything that I might be able to answer for?
Did the temporary line pretty well assure that's on our side then?
Yes, and
We bypassed our side.
before we did that, we disconnected the existing line, 2-inch line. What it is 2-inch PVC that comes from the main valve down along the side of the fence. And it runs down to roughly about the asphalt and shoots up towards the TA. Somewhere under the asphalt, then it also shoots across over to Taco Bell. Well, when we were doing all this, we removed the meter out of the meter pit and just ran it direct, straight line. We didn't have no water pressure at all. I mean, we're lucky if that water shot up maybe 6-7 inches out of the pipe. You know, we had.
It's something in that old line.
There's something in the old line and it's gotta be under the asphalt because had a little mishap and we got to see what the pressure was coming off that 2-inch line and we had very good pressure coming off that. So I'm pretty positive that it's underneath the asphalt. So we're going with the business, like I say, it's just so that we don't interfere with all the business to talk about TA and
So the $7,200, that's the total cost, or is there additional cost to get that job complete?
we're supplying the pipe.
Okay,
We already have all the supplies that we need for that. I told them that we would dig out the pits and, you know, just prep the area for them. So basically that's the complete price.
they're really just boring the holes.
Yes.
The city workers are still doing all the work.
Bore the holes and they're gonna run the lines and just leave it stubbed out at each location for us. And we can have that done in the same day once they do it.
How long do you think it'll take just so that they know, for you to hook up the 2 end?
We can have it done the same day. Once we have the bore and everything stubbed out and everything's dug, we can have them hooked up probably the same day.
So you can actually leave the temporary line hooked up while they bore.
Yes.
So they won't be out of water until you do the switch.
The only time that they're gonna do that is just when we turn around and we shut them off, hook up our lines, our permanent lines over there.
That's the main positive to the whole thing. We're not disrupting those 3 businesses
Yeah.
at all, except for possibly an hour or 2 after the boring is done and the pipe is in and we can hook it up.
I talked to TA and their least busy day is on a Tuesday. Taco Bell roughly isn't open till 9 o'clock. So we go in as soon as it gets daylight up there, we start hooking up our lines, everything like that. Taco Bell won't be affected. TA, we could shut them down just long enough to hook up the line. Maybe a couple hours or so, if everything goes right. It won't.
And just so I understand this, we're boring under, and we will not disturb any of the asphalt as is.
No, it's gonna be about 4 foot under the asphalt.
Thank you.
We'll be going. So it'll be 2 lines coming off the 2-inch.
Is there still a chance of finding something when you dig that meter pit out?
We're gonna dig that out before I call and have them come down. We're gonna still inspect that line at the meter pit on both sides. So,
A little bit of luck, you might find something there.
you know, it's just every time I go out to start digging, we get a phone call, we got a sewer, we got a water issue, so we kind of have to pull off. So we're kind of just bouncing back and forth and, you know, we're working on it. Just, we also have a city that we have to take care of also, so trying to prioritize what we need to get going.
Yeah, I was thinking like the liability of, you know, the locate on that stuff. What if they hit something or?
We will call the locates in. I also talked to him today about it. He said he's gonna call in locates also. I talked to TA and they said that their tanks that they have for the red diesel fuel on the side of the building is located over closer to their fuel tanks or their gas pumps and stuff.
Yeah, just so.
So according to what everybody that I've talked to, and everything that's been going, I have nothing in that area on both sides as far as any kind of lines or anything going that way. The only thing I want to make sure is anything on the fiber optic side, which we have located that there is one that's going across, but it's going to be far enough from where we'll be boring. So as far as I know, so far, we're clear on everything, but we will have additional location on the property.
That's one of my main concerns. If we don't bore into a fuel tank or. Fiber optic.
They're far enough, but they're probably 25, 30.
You know, there's other possibilities out there too, how you could run into a foundation or something that you can't bore. You know, so,
You never know what's out there.
yeah, you can't see what's underground, so, yeah.
Knock on wood, everything.
Just so we're real careful.
Yep.
So, but that's what we're working on, so.
Right.
If everything goes right, we'll try to have that meter pit dug up tomorrow. We could see if there is maybe an obstruction in the line or something, so.
So we can approve this contingent upon you not finding a restriction, and then gives you the capability of calling them and doing it.
Yes, so if I can't get that dug up, okay, call them, they'll still come in next week sometime, so.
Oh, you got a temporary service, so it ain't like they're out of water. So
Everybody's full business out there and stuff, so nobody's being interrupted.
Need a motion?
I think so, and that's $7,000.
Yeah. I'm gonna make the motion that we, if we need to bore,
Not on the agenda, but we'll do it during the mayor's comment.
allow the $7,200 for the boring company to do that. I'll second that.
I got a motion by Fred Ecker, a second by Nick V. Hill. To allow the 7,200 if necessary to bore and establish new water lines to both KFC and TA truck stop.
Could we move this approval under council direction?
Oh, oh, instead of a report,
Yes.
probably should.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to wait, Gerald.
Few minutes.
I'm close.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Hey, we really appreciate what you're doing.
All you guys' help.
Yeah, thank you. You don't know how much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, and I'll let the other guys know and everything too, okay? All right,
No, thank you.
Thanks, Gerald.
thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? I know that we are to get 3 bids. I know that that is the policy. Rebecca has got one from Taylor. So rather than, I know she's trying to get moving forward on this, would it be acceptable if she called from the phone book? Maybe Trinidad Walsenburg, if there's other people who will do it, if she took, if she contacted them, or does she, do you have to publish it?
Yeah, I just have to look at the bid procedures again.
Okay.
Usually there is, an approval where there's exceptions if you can't get
Yeah.
bids. And you can call around and get verbal.
Yeah.
bids. So I just need to double check that.
If we could, and that would help her process move a little faster rather than, would that be agreeable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Because in the 3 years I've been here almost. Bids are.
Hard to come by. Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
especially if you're looking at an item, a fence company or a boring company isn't gonna look at the one app. I mean.
Yeah.
I was talking to Dutchman Backflow. And I mentioned boring and he goes, well, I know a little bit about it. And I go, do you have any idea what it costs? And this guy actually gave me a price of $900 to $1,000 a foot. And I'm going, excuse me. And then he came walking in my office about 3 hours later with $200 fee. I'm going, guess what?
Yeah, years ago, like 20
two. We had to bore under the highway out in Northlands for the cemetery and Mapes's property and all that out there, so
It's quite a.
it's happened before for the city, so.
Well, let's go on with Mr. Lenny Wilkes. I don't have anything in your packet. This is, I just want you guys to meet Lenny. He takes care of streets along with a compadre. And you just go from there, my friend.
Coworker Sam and.
There it is.
We've been taking care of streets and alleys for several months now. Potholing, cut down tree limbs and alleys. Got a lot of plans for a couple roads to get paved. We've got a lot more alleys to cut. Clearing the way, working with the San Isabel Power when we come across trees in the alleys. Working with CenturyLink to get lines raised up so we can get equipment in and out of the alleys. What we've been doing is potholing. We've been out to the sewer plant at Roy's, cleaning up his area behind the plant. We've been to the water plant at Todd's, cleaning up debris and trash, getting that out of the way and look at presentable. We've cleaned up the backyard today, and we're going to continue that the rest of the week.
Thank you.
We've located and identified tons of potholes and streets that need to be repaved. Get ready for me asking you for money to do that. We need to get bids on it. I don't know where we were in the process of getting bids and people to come in and pave. I know we're in process of Cueto Verde, getting it chip sealed, getting it paved. Running along with that, we need a street sweeper. Ours is broke, nobody services it, nobody can fix it. Running along down the streets, it basically scatters rocks and leaves trails. We were in a proposal, we just got shown a street sweeper. I think you had questions about it. We had a vendor just coming through and basically wanted to stop here and demo it, and I fell in love with it. I can tell you right now, it's good, but it's expensive. But it's gonna do a heck of a lot better than what we have. What we have does not work.
How many man hours did you tell me that day that it would take care of that? I mean, you were talking about a storm drain and.
Yes, and that is another project that we have coming up, is to take the vac truck that y'all recently purchased and remove storm drains and suck them out, pull them out. Also, we're going to stick a camera down it and identify it, put it on a map, because nobody else has done that before, and we have no idea where they go. Identifying, locating sewer and storm drains. Anything we can do with the camera that we have, that's what we're gonna do. Good. Any questions?
Doing any mapping while you're doing that?
Sir?
Are you gonna be doing any mapping?
Absolutely. Documentation is a
doing
big
that.
part of what I like to do. Putting it on a map, overlaying a map, and identifying all the storm drains and figure out where they go.
Very good.
Nobody else has done it. We have no idea where they go. We're gonna stick a camera down them all after we clean them out.
Excellent.
Gotta start chasing rainstorms. When it rains like that, that's a good time to go see what's working.
Now, keeping the gutters clean so far is a challenge. We went out
Yes.
today, right after lunch, and cleaned up several grates that just, stuff rolls downhill and it gets cluttered up, so.
A lot cheaper to clean it before it goes in the drain, for sure.
And he came into my office about that time and says, there's a storm coming. I'm out there doing the drains. I said, okay. And then I walked out there and I went, oh.
A good time to look, what needs work too.
Well, in that whole Colorado, Kansas, Pennsylvania corridor, that dirt just runs down all those alleys because they don't get maintained. And just like sitting there watching them just go down the drain.
Which is
That's a
bad.
lot of mud. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it was pretty bad last
I
night.
took a piece of equipment down Colorado week before last, and cleaned up a section.
I noticed that
blocks,
on that first part of Colorado. Yeah, it looks really good.
2 blocks.
you.
Tried to take the street sweeper down there and actually cleaned up, but it doesn't pick up. And I've called vendors and nobody services it. Nobody takes care of it, so. It's out of my scope of mechanic work.
Is it just that it wasn't like negligence? They just didn't take care of it? I mean, because at one point it worked and then I haven't seen it for like a long time.
Well, it was last week when we run it. We hadn't run it this week, because honestly, in my professional opinion, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money. We get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, we come in at 4. We run it till anywhere from 6:30 to 8 o'clock in the morning, until traffic gets back. But if you go up 7th Street out towards the park, you'll see it. I mean, it's noticeable.
Just moving the dirt around.
Yeah, it just scatters rocks and dirt. You know, it's really a waste of time. It's a waste of gas. It's a waste of resources. Fuel, not gas, but fuel. I've called several people trying to get it fixed, and you know, they all washed their hands of it. They don't want to work with it.
Okay, that'd have to be an item to get put the budget for probably next year. I mean, that's.
And that's what I was understanding, that the capital improvement budget is where it would go.
Yes.
We can make it until then. I'll do what we can with shovels and brooms. So,
Gerald,
yes, and
I
they,
talked to them like 6 months before you started that. And the mechanics, they can order all the parts, and the mechanics said that you can come down, take care of any problems that were on that.
all 3 of the locations with Ferris said that they do not service that equipment. And
They're the ones that we purchased the machine from. This was just a couple, like it's being prior to them going through that. I should have a card inside the office on the guy that I can talk to. We purchased the machine out of Colorado Springs.
Yep.
And the mechanic, he's the one that had come down and replaced the parts on the bottom, probably about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So they do have parts for that, and they do come down and take it to the day on it. Unless they change their policy and.
Yeah. It wouldn't hurt to have them look at it, and then we'll decide, because we can't buy one till next year anyway, so.
Yeah.
But it would be nice just to see like, is it worth the investment to
Yeah.
fix it versus was that investment to buy a new one? I mean,
Well, we need. to
numbers
have-
talk.
Yeah. We need to have a little history on what's happened, because if I remember right, there's been quite a bit of money put into that. So that's what I've heard. So if we could have a little bit of history on it. And then maybe you could call.
We'll try to get that figured out before we have to do our budget for next year.
Everybody wants it.
And for what it's worth, I got a lot of compliments on your patching of streets. And I got guys that patch streets, so that's a pretty big compliment. The only negative part of that is people are wondering why you quit. They want their street patched.
we went through and located and identified. These are the ones that's been fixed. These are the ones that we've identified.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Some of them are beyond repair, beyond potholing. Some people wants their potholes filled in their biggest trucks. People.
Not too much.
House, they want a good pavement out front, but if we potholed it, we'd have more money in the pothole asphalt than the whole road included. So we've identified everything and basically narrowed down what really needs paving and what potholes, like 8th Street, east of Russell, that road just needs to be paved.
yeah, you hit a point where it's too much by hand. I mean, there's no way.
Projects should all be covered by the 1 cent tax, right?
I agree.
As I started gathering work orders, and we complete all our work orders. I have, I think, 2 outstanding. One being a tree on Main Street that we're kind of in limbo on. The guy wants to trim it. I forget the address, but it's right across from the Fox down on the corner, the art guy. He wants it trimmed but not cut. So that's on Main Street. So we would need traffic control, a bucket truck, which we have. Basically, a few people are in traffic control. The other one was paving roads, paving potholes that the guy's trying to sell his house, and of course he wants his pavement to look good. And
Of course.
he's got 2 holes as big as a pickup truck, and one on the corner and one up right at his driveway, right up from Pennsylvania, I think. I even went back to the first of the year and gathered old work orders and found ones that were unclaimed. Maybe a citizen didn't speak up and say something. We went back and fixed those 2. And that's it. That's it for me.
But how long have you worked with the city?
since I think April, May.
Of this year.
Well,
Well, we're glad you're here.
I am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
And if y'all don't mind, I'd like to excuse myself because 6 o'clock comes early.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
You're not that old yet.
I still like to go to bed at
All right.
Next one up is Mr. Ray.
Thank you.
I'm Sam with us.
Yeah. No, okay.
I got confused.
Huh?
I'm not used to all these reports.
It's nice.
It is great. But when he got up, I was like, wow.
Hey, I'm Ray Busso, supposed to know me.
Yep.
Like I know all you, a lifelong resident of Walsenburg. I was asked by City Administrator Rick Hollander to give a report on the Parks Department. I'd like to give you a little history how I ended up here. I retired from the gas department at the end of July 2021, almost exactly 2 years ago. And was in a way offered by Administrator Stombaugh 2 administrators ago to do a part-time. So I was retired all 3 days. I left the gas department after almost 8 years. I went part-time to the parks. I decided in February to go full-time because our director was in charge of the parks had to quit due to family issues at the end of December. So I decided to go full-time in February and did that by myself until mid-June when you finally got somebody hired. So that's kind of how I ended up here. Among our duties of working with the Parks Department, I'll just kind of give you an overview. We checked and changed 21 trash receptacles in the parks and business district at least twice weekly, and as needed if more often. And regular inspection of parks and other city properties for damage, graffiti. We also repair picnic tables, sidewalk, fencing, painting, along with the standard mowing, trimming, cutting, weed spraying, and watering all the properties. Give you a little bit of some of what we do. We take care of the city hall complex, lawn, sidewalk, parking lot. We've also done some minor remodel inside in the offices. We had to redo the sprinkler system. That's another story. We also take care of the city park on 7th Street, which includes the swimming pool area and the surrounding all the way out to the curb. We do minor plaza on 6th Street. Got to keep it clean, keep the weeds down. We have entertainment there. The minor triangle on Penn and Main, really low maintenance, mainly just keep it cut. We don't have a water system there. Heritage Park, train depot, both north and south side, which the sprinkler system has been a challenge, but we've wanted to improve it. We've fixed several leaks on it. One that I was told was there for over 3 years. It took us 2 hours one morning to fix it. That's another story.
Good.
That's another story. So we do Heritage Park, we do Pinion Park, I call it Pinion, it's Civic League on Pinion. It includes the whole area, the spraying of weeds, cutting, also maintain the ditch, keep it going. Hendron Park, which is a tennis court and parking lot, the whole area, the parking lot, tennis court, basketball court. And that system. Stacy Drive, which we just cut and mow because we can't water it. Jackie knows how that is. Which we just did today because we thought we couldn't get on there because of CDOT.
No.
And so we kind of let it go because we couldn't have access, but we took care of it today. And as a service, we also cut the grass and weeds around the library. And on an as needed basis, front and back. We don't water that, they do that themselves. We also have helped cut weeds and spray at the dog kennel, sewer plant, water plant, the property down Highway 10 around the garage. And talking to Roy, we're gonna work on the lift station in Northlands. Again, we repair, replace picnic tables, playground equipment, restrooms. We also mowed the south side of Colorado from the 400 block to Stacy Drive, about 7 blocks. It's not a park, but it became a necessary, and since we have a couple of guys that can do it with weed eaters and we have the mower, we do that. I've done that 3 times so far.
Thank you.
In case those of you who may be wondering, weeds grow fast. The past 2 years, I've been there. Parks Department has also helped the Water Department with repairs, brakes, new equipment, tree removal, traffic control on their projects, repair and building fence out of town. We've also helped them with meter reading of the water meters, or replacing birds and meters, finding meters that were lost. We were able to find several of them. Work orders, disconnects, reconnects on an as needed basis. I'll get to that later. And with their reports that they have to do every month, zero read, zero consumption, loss meters, we help them with that. Not so much this summer because this is really a busy time. We've also helped the water department with cleaning sewers when they're short manpower. We've helped streets with repainting, with repairing potholes, paving, limb pickup, traffic control, clean up a property, which we just did last week. Curb painting, snow removal. So in a lot of ways, even though we're Parks Department, we kind of considered ourselves city property department because we do a lot more than parks. A couple of years ago, we were encouraged by Mr. Stombaugh to try to develop a long and short plan, range plan for each park. And we did. And if you go down our office down here, we have on the whiteboard, but then we have a list of some that Brad and I had worked on previously. And things like, again, what Rebecca was talking to, a dog park, a dog run. 7th Street Park would be a good place for it. We talked about it. Also Heritage. We've talked about a place. Of course, it takes money, fencing, but you would be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't, about the number of people that stop on City Park at 7th Street just to let their dogs out. Now, if we had a really nice dog run and we have a faucet there for water that we could control with a valve, I think it'd be a destination for tourists where there's websites that will list dog parks. And if we could put a really nice one there on 7th Street, and one in Heritage, there'd be more people in and kind of help maybe the reputation of Walsenburg. And I say it as a lifelong resident. What we've also found is, as we start improving the parks, the surrounding area and the neighborhoods, people start taking care of their properties better. Brad and I noticed that right off the bat. And so that's something that we want to do. Again, long-term landscaping, adding dog parks, and just an overall improvement of the parks, playground equipment. The main thing we try to do is keep it clean and safe for use. It didn't go into, I'll say, disrepair and neglect. It's not going to get fixed overnight.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the overview. I know we get a lot of I won't say negative feedback, criticism from some areas, but from the public overall, I've gotten personally a lot of positive feedback about how the parks areas and everything are eventually coming around, and it's gonna take time. On another note, kind of tell you, come October, I'll be the second longest tenured city employee behind Calvin. And I kind of, I don't know how that happened. But there's things that the Parks Department is a microcosm of the city overall. And that the last 2 years, I've worked under 3 administrators, soon to be 4, several mayors, councilmen, a lot of employees, a lot of staff. And we just have a lot of turnover, and every time we get somebody different, we go in a different direction, but we're trying to be consistent and improving what we do. The crew we have now, you met, they really seem concerned, and they are. You can hear the passion in Rebecca's voice and what she does. Gerald puts a lot of time in the water department. Lenny, for being a short-timer. He's doing a pretty good job. Of course, we got Henry over there part-time doing a really good job in code enforcement. He knows how to talk to people.
It hasn't went unnoticed, trust me, we appreciate it.
Part of the, again, I want to get back to why I decided to go full-time. There was a time there in January and February where our whole crew consisted of a meter reader, 2 water guys. There should be, I've seen as many as 6. 1 street guy, when I've seen as many as 3. He was only there for a month, and me.
Yeah.
It was us. In January and February. So I decided, that was one of the reasons I decided to come back to try to help out. I commend you for being up there and being able to come up and serve the city. Just remember that we face a lot of obstacles out there. I'm sure most of you are aware of it. And we really do overall. You got a pretty good crew here. Low numbers, but not an effort. And I can say that from 10 years of experience. So I look forward to giving you any more history, why things are not working, why things are working, like through the proper channels if you want to know more. Do you have any questions?
What's your opinion on what should happen with the pool?
My opinion, honestly,
Honestly.
fill it with dirt.
No, I know, but I'm saying. My opinion is we need to find funding and build an indoor pool that can serve this community for a long time.
Currently, we have a really good facility down there. But the longer it stays closed, the longer it's going to go into disrepair. Part of what we did last spring was we were instructed by Mr. Stombaugh to to turn on the water and start repairing copper pipes, toilets. Almost every fixture had to be replaced. We, to the point where he said, shut it down.
Right.
Don't even bother with it anymore. Don't put another penny into it other than keep the property clean. That's my opinion.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think it looks worse to just leave it empty and sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's really a good facility.
I know.
I walk in there, I envision you have lighting, you have restrooms, you have locker rooms, you have a place to serve food. You can have entertainment down there. You have a fence around there, security.
Yeah.
Across the street, you have parking. Set up a dog run, improve the city park. It can be a dog.
I think it should be a goal.
Right now it's sitting and it's just gonna get worse and worse.
Yes.
We need a plan.
Yeah.
We need a plan for that park.
We have a plan for every park. But personally, as a lifelong Walsenburg resident, what I'd like to see, I'd like to be able to bring my grandkids down here. And take them to the parks.
I agree.
And maybe someday my wife will let me have a dog.
There you go.
You stepped into that one.
So again, thank all of you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ray.
and your staff.
Thank you, Ray.
No. If anything, I could be a service thing to, all the departments know, all they gotta do is call us and we'll help them out because we are shorthanded.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I've seen you guys out
to
there.
help out, communicate to the proper channels, like answer any question, give you, let you know why things are the way they are. And what our direction is, as long as I'm here.
Thank
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud.
Okay.
Todd? Here he comes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Todd Trouth. I am the water treatment facility operator for the city. I have been for about a year now. So I guess might want to just start with what I've currently done out there since I've been there for a year. So my original trade was earthwork with digging, laying sewer, water lines, storm lines, industrial, big pipe, big toys in the city. And I moved here thinking that I was going to continue that career. Well, lo and behold, I couldn't find work around here and this position opened. So I took it, I made a complete career change. And I can tell you that the information and the, everything that I've learned about water, there's a lot more to it than what I thought. And there's a lot that goes into it as far as providing safe drinking water for the city, amongst, just having clean water and safe water. But I guess an overview of my daily tasks and things that I do out there on a regular basis. I've made a little chart here. So I manage chemical transfers and plant feed, abiding by OSHA regulations. I monitor surface water treatment through a SCADA system, which actually we just had installed, I believe it was October of last year. So that's been a great improvement as far as being able to see all the data and log it a lot easier as well too. Maintain, troubleshoot, and repair all instrumentation or any plant issues that I have. Complete necessary math equations and paperwork for the plant records. My inventory on PPE, supplies, solvents, and chemicals. I perform maintenance on equipment, including all PVC chlorine line repairs. I attend safety meetings and follow safety according to OSHA standards. I also train new employees that come in to do the daily performing tasks that say for on call that they must perform if, obviously if I can have the weekend off. Also, I operate equipment, including the mixers, the valves, the pumps. I do jar testing, control of all equipment. I monitor, check, and clean all instrumentation and used to provide adequate readings. Water supplies, chemicals, as you are well aware, I'm actually one of the cause of the expensive aluminum polymer that we're using out there at the plant that we have to re-up on every 3 months. It's necessary, we got to have it. Let's see, I provide sample retrieval and testing required by the state with the drinking water monitoring schedule. I provide regulatory performance with housekeeping and cleanliness. That is like my big pet peeve. And what I have done to that plant since I've started over the past year, you would not believe what a difference it is as far as cleanliness and, housekeeping. It's quite a big change. I monitor the treatment plant 24/7 through the SCADA system. So I'm on call 24/7, doesn't matter what. I get alarms through the night, whether it's turbidity issues or the filter problems. I have to attend to that no matter what, because otherwise, no water, that's a problem. And also I ensure safety standards that are met and performed daily. Did you all have any questions for me?
What certification are you at right now?
I'm currently in an apprenticeship program through the city, and I have obtained my D, and I'm going to be working on my C very soon. And I would eventually like to get to my A.
So do we congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very good. Heard a lot of good things. I'm very happy.
It's been quite the project.
Yes, I'm sure. And we're going through that.
Righty.
Thanks, Todd.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Hi, Council.
Oh, hi.
Rodriguez, I've been with the city for about 3 years. About 2.5 of those have been out at the wastewater treatment plant. Kind of got out there by accident and holy crap, I had to learn science, you know, I should have paid attention. I learned a lot out there. Never realized how, you know, when you flush the toilet, where it goes. You know, now I know. They do about 6 million gallons of water to Harris River per month. About 200,000 gallons a day. The plants are starting to age. I also, in the lift station, lift station is around 7 years old. The wastewater plant is probably about 13 years old. And that's the harshest environment that you could think of. You know, we have H2S gas out there, we have sewer water, we have everything out there. So things are starting to break down. So I do a lot of maintenance. We have a UV disinfection system that I currently finally got going. I had to rebuild the entire thing. Everything just for a while we had a lack of a chemical coming from the lift station. It's called bioxide, and what it does is it cuts down the H2S gas. Ultimately, everything from the lift station would go down to the wastewater treatment plant, and that cut down on the gas. We weren't using that for several years. I don't know why. What that caused was that gas actually eats up metal, corrodes it. So all the electrical lines, everything in there are corroded. They are, you know, I'll be out there, a piece of equipment will stop working, open the electrical panel, and the wires just fall off. So I've had to do a lot of rewire jobs. Like Todd, I'm married to my phone. Get alarms on that, you know, the lift station plant. 365, doesn't matter if it's a holiday, 2 a.m, you know, it goes, I gotta go. You know, and that's, you know, like Todd, he's by himself, I'm by myself. Thanks for the crew, you know, Ray, Gerald, Water Streets, all of them. If we ever need any help, that's all we have. You know, we call them, they come, they help us. They, you know, it's a very good team effort, and I really appreciate every single one of those guys. With that, I have my Class D wastewater operator certificate, as well as a Collections 1. I'm working on my C. I could actually take that. I just need to study a little bit more. And my ultimate goal is to get my A, to be the ORC out there. I have 2 more steps to do that. So I could probably do that within a year and a half, something like that, if I try hard. My problem is just downtime to study, you know, like Todd, being out there by yourself, it's a lot of work, you know, maintenance, cleaning, things like that. I water test, everything is monitored by the state. I have to send several samples per month, per week to the state, log those, make sure it's good. I have to manage the plant. I have bugs out there that kill the bacteria and things like that. I got to keep those alive. You know, they're very temperamental with weather changes. So I'm always monitoring if it's hot and if it's cold and things like that. So it's a lot more. I thought you flush the toilet and it's gone. You know, comes down to me. And you know, learn how to take care of it and everything like that. But I really enjoy what I do. Like I say, our team is great. These guys never tell me no. But without them, I'd be in pretty bad shape. So, do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you for your
Thank you.
certifications and congratulations on those.
Thanks, Roy.
We appreciate you guys very much. We do.
Yeah.
If I may real quick, interject real fast. I did have one more thing. I know that we're working with 100-pound chlorine gas. And I think our ultimate goal should be trying to get to liquid because it's so much safer. I mean, working with the chlorine gas is highly dangerous. And I don't know if you guys are aware of that. We've been trying to do this for a while, and it's something that we should really address and try to get involved with turning our facility into as a liquid instead of a gas. Just wanted to throw that out there.
You're talking Greek to me. I gotta do
Yeah,
some
I
study.
know.
This is the first time I've heard that.
Yes, maybe we can get some.
You need to get,
Maybe we need, yeah.
It's definitely an issue. I mean, there's not a lot of facilities that run off of chlorine gas anymore because it is highly dangerous. So.
Have any idea what
Next step.
it costs to
And it's
convert?
cheaper. It's a lot cheaper too as well. So, I mean, it's really cost effective if we could switch as well.
So why are we doing this?
That's a good question. I mean, I've talked with my ORC about it. And, we've had a couple of engineers come out there to look at the facility to see how we can coordinate that and turn that into that. As far as steps being pursued after that, I haven't heard anything.
But it's gonna require a very large investment to make this.
Yeah.
I figured that,
It's gonna take a little bit of money to actually make it happen,
but in the long run, it,
Would be good in the long run.
Well, like what, any idea?
You know what, I'll have to look into that.
That smile.
I'll get back to you on that. But just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay,
Kind of a big issue that we need to really address.
Yeah, that's never
We'll
come
look
to
into that.
us.
Okay.
budget time's coming up.
Yeah,
Is it budget time's coming up? So
right.
start putting your stuff together.
So awesome. Yeah, thank you.
This QRC or something that you had
You
mentioned?
see the operator responsible.
Okay, all right.
Wayne Ramey is,
That's Ramey and Associates.
All right.
I don't know if you guys have heard his name.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one who I deal with.
You work under his license and is.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
all right. I just
All right.
to get that straight in my mind.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Just so you know, I did ask them both to send me some information as to the benefit of possibly hiring a part-time or full-time person that can work in conjunction with both of them.
That would be amazing.
That would,
Okay, what can happen with that, of course, is that that person learns the trade of both. And if, you know, one of them gets strep throat or something like poor Calvin, we got somebody there to,
Or what about vacation? What if someone wants a vacation?
God forbid.
that's the other thing too. You know, the 24/7 thing we've discussed before, but I have that on my computer and I was going to, I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I apologize for that, but I will get to it and get it to you guys so you can see it.
Us to, like Rick said, or Veronica said, vacations, you know, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
It's just, we have to monitor our phones on our vacation, you know.
That isn't a vacation.
No, it's not a vacation.
Office on the phone, I don't know how to do our jobs.
Well, and that's a liability and that's a danger too. You know, what if you win the lottery tomorrow, you know?
So we got that in the works to try to find
Yeah.
personal.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got it in the works. I'm gonna get the information and share it with you all.
We need
By way of an email, probably,
to pursue that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't,
but I think they need the help.
I think we need to start looking for that person.
If we go past the lake, I don't have a meter, I don't have anything there, and can I just go directly to the building permit report? Is that okay with you two? I'd like to have Bob Martin and Caroline Robb to come up and just introduce themselves. There you go.
I think you all know me.
Thank you.
Bob Martin. I'm proud to say that I have been an employee of the city for 1 week.
Well, welcome aboard.
Howdy, Bob.
I am a,
Did you work for the city before?
excuse me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a previous building inspector a few years ago for approximately a year, and I have to honestly say, I resigned because of too much self-serving politicians running the city and telling me how to do my job, how not to do my job. I got a little fed up. I went to the city manager and said, I need some help. And he said, I can't help you because I'm quitting also. So we both left about the same time. My background is, I was trained as an architect. I spent 30 years in Boulder, Colorado, working for 30 years as an architect, as a general contractor, as chairman of several community groups to help create Boulder into the robust and beautiful city that it is now. I bought a house, $100,000 and sold it 10 years later for just under $1 million. Because of the popularity of the city, the growth, the things that got done right. Came down here, bought a large piece of property, decided to get into what I really wanted to do, and that was horse rescue. I got a big backup, got into horse rescue, Found out how much it costs to keep these poor animals alive. And my wife, who worked at the hospital for 20-some years, came home one day and said, "You really need to go get a job." Tell me all about the conversations you had with your horses and the fact that they talked back to you. Do something productive. So I did. I've got a large construction company. And I've had it for 10 years. In town. And to that point in my life where it's time to start giving back. I've been a building inspector for the county. I've been a building inspector for the city. I'm currently a building inspector for Los Animas County. I'm now the unofficial, or I guess official at this point, building inspector for the city of Walsenburg. But what I want to say is I'm really honored by the dedication of all these people and all these employees and all these volunteers. But honestly, you people that understand as well as I do, this town really needs some attention. Okay, when I was the previous inspector, I had a very generous budget to basically clean up Walsenburg. That was removing abandoned homes, that was fixing the broken sidewalks, that was getting rid of all the dead trees, that was clearing out yards. As a former fireman, I can't tell you how many times I got trapped fighting a fire in the city or in the county because of poor property maintenance. I talked to Henry several times in the last few days. He's very frustrated. He's doing the best he can, but he doesn't have the power to be able to really make sure that he can do his job as a code enforcement. Working with Caroline, there was too much inspecting going on that was not done correctly. It has created some real problems. And we spent just the last week addressing some fairly serious construction problems that could have. It's a real problem. So at this point, are you guys close to getting a real live city manager? Somebody that's going to make some decisions and make some things done. I know they started that urban renewal project that I was involved with when I was a former building inspector.
We hired a KRW professional headhunter type, and he's desperately looking. We're hoping to get somebody
that can come in here and take the bull by the horns.
I know Rick tells me that every day. We're trying.
Like I said, all I can do is flush it.
Honestly,
He's doing a good job.
we had a budget we talked about an obligation to animals. There's an obligation also to the citizens of Walsenburg. We need to clean this town up. We need to get rid of these abandoned buildings. We need to fix these sidewalks. We need to get things done correctly. You know, and we've got the dedicated employees that are willing to do that, but we just need to start pushing. Yes, sir.
One of the problems is getting the money back on liens. We cleaned up houses, but we never get paid. So we got to figure out how to do that correctly.
You spent a lot of money on a lawyer figuring out how to do that, and that needs to really, you need to push it. There's been some hardball here. I mean, we've been floating for years, and it's time, and we've got a whole new group of people that are dedicated to that. And honestly, we're not in this for the money. I can tell you that. Right now. We're gonna be dedicated, and we want to really improve Walsenburg and make it the town that it can be and needs to be. Okay, and I want to introduce my partner here, Caroline, and she can talk to you and say what you want to say.
Hi, guys. I've enjoyed working in the building department. It's extremely frustrating. It's been extremely difficult initially. But what has made it immensely better is having Mr. Martin here to get these inspections done, make sure things are done right. Taking pictures of things just doesn't do justice. Where an inspector can step in and make sure that it's done correctly and safely. I'm very happy that he's here. I look forward to many more, months, years, in helping to facilitate this process. I can't do the city justice without him. He's just a big asset and very, very much needed.
We agree.
I'll do all I can to keep him here.
Thank you very much.
So you need.
As a $20 bill comes out of your.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry. I told you to put your red suit on.
I want to know how Rick talked all you guys into doing his report for him. That's what I want.
I don't understand why I'm last.
We do anything for
I
Rick.
just did it in the order that, yeah.
I'm Henry Easel. I am the code enforcement officer as much as I am. I fell into this job kind of late. I'm learning this job. I'm still learning, and I'll be learning this time next year, I hope. Y'all got my daily report in front of you. I'm feel sure you see what I do all day long. And most of it, if you don't understand it, when I say it, I'm doing something, I'm doing paperwork. And I just can't keep saying I'm doing paperwork, but most of my job is paperwork. But when you find something, you've got to go out and document it. You've got to go through the steps to make it work. We started using a courtesy letter, we call it. And all it really does is give a person an extra 10 days to start getting their property clean. And it has been working. I think up to date, I've had about 8 or 9 people that we hadn't brought to court that I hadn't even had to give a notice to. That has cleaned their property up. It took a little bit more than 10 days, took a little bit more than 20 days, but they got it cleaned up. That is our end result. So if there's any questions y'all would like to ask me, this is the time to do it before I leave.
I appreciate your effort and I understand the difficulty in trying to make people this day and age, people are so happy.
Well, like person most of the time.
Yeah.
You're not like that guy though. I mean.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of doing all we can do to make your job easier and make it to where people would have to. I don't want people to look at it like we're picking on anybody, but it's not fair to the neighbors. Everybody who lives here.
I try to treat
should be-
everybody exactly like I
Right.
say, like you want to be treated. And I don't try to jump on nobody because that's not my business to jump on nobody. I explain it to them as best I can. And usually they understand pretty quick,
90%, a lot of them, yeah.
I have tried to never get in a consultation with nobody, and so far that has worked. So I'm doing the job the best I can. If there's any improvement that needs to be done, I'm up to all suggestions. Not just one, I'm here to learn. But there is some problems out there that I don't think our codes can fix. I think somebody needs to sit down sometime and we need to discuss on maybe we can make codes a little better or a little more explicit to help me get the job done.
Put more teeth into them to where you have.
Exactly.
Okay.
I know we don't have a city police department and nothing against the sheriff's department. They're doing all they can do. But it's a lot of times I need the help that they can't give me because they don't have the people to do it.
Yeah.
So, we got a lot of things that it could be discussed, but I wouldn't know how to go about discussing it here tonight.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all of you. I think y'all trying to do a good job. I know y'all got thrown in a pickle just like we did. We're working and that man has done a wonderful job.
Amen.
He has, y'all threw him in that gator pit. Several times. He's doing a good job. And I thank y'all and I thank him a lot.
Yes,
Well, thank you
thank
for
you.
what you do.
Thank
I know
you.
you have a hard job and I
Thank
appreciate
y'all. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Henry. Appreciate it. You got your animal control report there. Do you have any questions?
No.
And then I didn't give you a city court because it really hasn't changed much. And so in reality, it's the Jim Moore show.
Before we go to Mr. Moore, I just want to say, I've been sitting up here for 2 years and this was probably the most enlightening presentation that I have seen in my 2 years. And it was really, I think one of the employees said it, you can hear the loyalty, you can hear the dedication, and these people have stuck by, and I can't say how much, that has really the team that is being built here and are sticking through administrators, through council, through all of this, that they show up day after day. And
That,
I would like to stand and give them a hand. A great job.
Both of them left, but.
I know, it's all right. Thanks, Tom, right here. Gave him a ovation. But that was great. And I mean, obviously it took a lot of time.
it did,
It's not something that we expect, but it was definitely,
it did.
so thank you for putting that together.
Jim Moore, I guess.
Well, it's a pleasure to work with all these wonderful people, of course, and obviously, when it comes to awards and benefits for the staff and recognizing the progress that everyone makes in the work that they do, part of the responsibility includes adhering to city ordinance and protecting the taxpayer's dollar and always being able to demonstrate accountability when we follow the processes for pay increases and bans. And of course, I've been traveling while I was out that last meeting, and so I haven't been here to accomplish a great deal, so I don't have a lot to address in terms of this current cycle of activity. At the moment, I'm still working with the auditors. I did the interview with the auditors, and so that part is accomplished. There's still more work going into the audit preparation. So I have provided you with 2 documents tonight. One is regarding pay increase, and I want to point out that the employee manual, personnel manual, has a number of specific details in it. And of course, it's important that in my job, I follow that to the letter. And I certainly want to see that, you know, if the city wants to change policy, it's the council who has that capacity to make the difference. See, Mr. V. Hill seems to be a little disappointed in the perspective I
am,
but
I really am, Jim.
that's all right. So I do note that in the manual, there is a particular item on there, which is 4B9, which limits in a fiscal year pay increase to 5%. So I would just point out that on the recommendations that you have, and I haven't looked at everything on those recommendations, but it does appear that there are some excesses on that. And then, of course, procedure according to the policy manual is procedure that I have to follow. And I believe that all staff are required to follow that. And I believe it's the responsibility of the council to protect the rules and regulations of the city. The other document that I provided for you, I know Mr. Mayor Vazani has requested fund balance information. So I also provided for you table that shows from the 2021 audit what our beginning fund balances were for 2022. And on that table, I have taken the year-to-date amounts. And in this instance, you have the June numbers because the July numbers are not ready yet. So that gives you now what the current fund balance is as of June 30th for all of the city funds. So the report that the Cassell system puts out just does not provide that information. I don't have a workaround at this point in time. So I can provide you with this. So when you're looking at expenditures for the water treatment facility and fences and such, this gives you a picture right now of where we stand with fund balance, what the projection is at 50%.
Helps, yeah.
Yeah, and also the curious point about available cash. So on the treasurer's report that you hear every month, the pooled cash is not reserved cash. It is literally operational funds. And you can see that there on that table, well, lower down. The only concern that I would give you about that amount is some of the funds have restrictions.
Right.
So, and I have never had time to analyze the impact of the restrictions. Clearly, from what I can tell, looking through any records I have available, I don't think anyone has done that. So, restrictions include things, and I put examples on there, the youth activity fund, which would be a small amount, you know, maybe a few $1,000s. What else do we have on there?
Well, I didn't memorize what O1 is and O2 and O.
No, I mean, but yeah, down below.
Excise tax.
Marijuana excise tax, and you know, and it was Mr. Stutzman who pointed out to me, I wasn't aware that there was any restriction on that at all. You know, it takes time to stay up at night and read ordinance, but that particular fund source requires the money be used for certain tasks. One is youth activity, another one is parks, and there's several other items that are identified, law enforcement. So no one has ever measured in any of the records or any of the reports I've ever seen how that money is supposed to be designated for us to know what is and is not available. So at this point, I can't tell you what percent of that $6 million of pooled cash is generally restricted. Again, it's not a reserve. It is available for spending. And, you know, it's cash does not work for you. It just sits in a bank account. So if you need street sweepers, if you need improvements in water treatment facility, this is the pool of cash that you will be drawing from. It is allocated across those different funds one way or another. So how you spend it will show up on that bottom line there for your fund balance. So that is generally what I wanted to do to try and get you up to date. And
that helps. I would guess the sales tax a lot more. 1% for paving and 1% for something else. That should have to be restricted somewhere, I would guess.
Well, so that's already allocated. So that's not an issue on this. There's not many other restrictions. The Highway Users Trust Fund, that's not a small pocket, but
it has to be used for that.
But we do street spending every year out of the general fund street department. And so I would say to you that we are probably using those funds adequately. In the report that I filed for the state, I think that we're consuming those appropriately, and that $6 million that you're looking at is generally available for you to identify projects for capital improvement and work that needs to be done around the city without too much concern about the restriction. As time allows, I will continue to delve into that. Since I don't have a model from anyone ever doing that before, I'll have to be creative. I do have that CPA team available who can help me refine the work and make sure it's accurate for you.
Okay. Anything else?
Questions?
Jackie.
Mr. Moore, can you give us an update on Castell, please?
Oh, yes. Their training person, the person I talked to last year was different. The person this year not followed through on responses very often. So the last time I had contacted them was back in June, and we had established the second week of September as the point of training. We had identified what was needed for professional services in terms of working on the payroll system and the utility management system. They got someone to me to help me get the general ledger system started, and that person was a technical expert, and then the audit derailed me from that. So the current state right now, so she said she had not received the signed terms, so those have been delivered to her. We're still on the second week of September timeframe.
Good.
I have asked 4 times for explicit dates so that the council would be advised when they will be on site and what dates, if you want to continue with the plan of closing the city, hold the training. I have asked and I have asked and I have asked. I know that Ms. Davis has also attempted to contact this same person. I know that Ms. Barr has also talked to their support people, trying to get detail out of them. So, and the conversation recently with Ms. Brown was pretty vague on, she was thinking that they could come here and do the professional services while they were doing the training. And I said, no, that is not acceptable. And we do have the server, the WITS contractor has the server set up. It's supposed to be tested. And then because new copy of Cassell can be installed on that. So we were discussing that today. The advantage of that is the old server and its slower function. With the trainers here, ideally, we will have a faster system to work on. And we're working out the strategy to make sure the database is transferred over and all the workstations are pointing to the new installation of Cassell.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking at the second week of September, if you can get them tied down to that.
Try.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So here's my concern moving forward with the Cassell, that we're doing this without our new administrator on board. That they will be missing this entire training.
I don't know.
Gotta get it done.
Yeah.
So the administrator has not been a Cassell user, of course. I don't know if that's a big concern, but if you would like that.
That helps. That helps.
Yeah, and
That's not the way that it's been kind of presented. It felt like the administrator was.
Mr. Stambaugh certainly got his fingers on it a little bit, but you know, he tried to work with the utility management system. I don't know that that was to anyone's advantage specifically, but if you don't have people available, at least you have someone.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I think this training is more geared towards the people actually inputting everything day to day and making meters work with the meter readers things. And so I think it's worth moving forward with.
I agree, and specifically the professional services as well, but the payroll system, you know, I don't understand. The person I spoke with last year, Sarah Dillon, I spent several hours with her on the telephone to overhaul the workman's compensation process and the payroll system. Spent the rest of the day fine tuning all of the coding, and it still produces garbage. So it's just bizarre. I don't understand why that is occurring, and they need to look at it.
We need to fix that then for sure. Okay, anything else? No?
I'm sorry. If I can say next meeting, we will be getting the age report.
Yes.
Okay, so would you be able to split it out so that we have, I see at the top of the report, it has inactive and active. Would you be able to run an inactive report and an active report?
Oh, yes. See that on there before. So, no, I will not be here at the next meeting.
Could you provide it to us?
I can generate the report. I believe I heard you or Ms. Mays maybe request a distinction between what is residential and what is commercial. So I will also see if I can get that to appear on there. I'm not sure if I can or not, but to get the inactive in there and flag them so you know which is which. If you're interested, I could give you a little bit of background on it. I've had some chance to actually look at the report. Would you like me to take a moment?
Please. I would, yeah.
Let's see here. So I was looking at the 90 days. So on the June report, we had $208,000
right
at the 90-day level. And so I was curious where across the years these numbers actually apply to. So before 2020, we had $30,000 still on the books. And it goes up from there. So 2021 just became a phenomenal year. 2020 was only $4,000 in addition. 2021 added 106.
I saw that, yeah, but there's a lot of them. Well, 80,000 was at the end of 2021. And
so that is one business.
So thank you. And I did find out where the 100,000 was. So it was reported something that's kind of confusing to me. is that it was reported to us at the last meeting that that is all gas.
No, it's, there's a significant,
So if I didn't understand how it could all be gas, when my understanding is that you apply payment to gas first.
well, Casella is supposed to do that in
Uh-huh.
some circumstance. I don't understand how that's actually structured. But, so for this particular, business that's outside of the city limits, they did consume a substantial amount of gas. This was, of course, 2021, so the city was not shutting any businesses off. So this was an awkward conversation with the auditor as well. So
I guess.
you're right.
I'm sure.
So, yeah, and this balance is being moved over to a bad debts allowance for the audit purpose, but we're going to, ideally, the property hasn't sold. I saw the owner's name in the newspaper recently.
Mhm.
So, for at least the water and sewer balance, which is no small amount of this, we can get that onto the property lien. So my plan at the moment, I spoke with the treasurer. We need to get the resolution to the treasurer by the end of October. And so these accounts can go on there for the water and the sewer balance, of course. For the gas, we do have a collection agency that we have used in the past, BC Investigations, is that the name? Services.
Oh, yeah.
So we can see if they're interested in taking that gas balance and collecting on that for us. The rest of that, so $18,000
Left.
that, pardon,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
is water rights that didn't get paid by a big Levita interest. So that's 9% of that balance. And then RE1 is disputing a charge, which is 90 days out, and that is $22,000. That's 11% of the balance. Of course, we have Aguilar in there at just at 2% for 90 days out right now, because they did make some payments a while back. And so that's actually accounting for 63% of that balance alone with those four customers.
Thank you. That makes me feel a lot better because I had identified those and couldn't understand why they'd been out so long and we weren't doing anything. And I couldn't understand why they were just gas. So thank you for the explanation, and that's good. I appreciate your working on that and getting those liens on there. That's a lot of money we could use.
Well, it's nice to have some of the audit work sliding behind me now.
Yeah.
That's giving me more time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? None. Stephanie, city treasurer. You got an enclosure?
Extra is just what was.
You guys have all had time to go over that, I'm sure. Any questions from Stephanie's report? We'll move on. Citizens' comments. Stephanie, first person.
And I do apologize right now to the citizens for this going on as late as you did today.
It was worth it.
It was worth it. Yeah.
It was worth it.
We appreciate it.
Erin Cooley. She was speak of the building committee.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hi. Sorry for the delay.
Well, it's very interesting to be here. It's my second time being in the room, and I heard something earlier that I thought was quite interesting, what Rick Hollander said about adding a password for people signing in to access meetings. I personally don't agree with that. I'd be disappointed if that happened. I think it adds barriers to people engaging with our democracy, and there's actually like real life examples in which that's probably just not a very appropriate thing to put on Rick. He has enough to do without granting people passwords to log into our Zoom meetings. And there are a lot of people who might want to just do so last minute, and he might be too busy to okay them. I do want to echo Ray Bustos' comments about our enforcement team. I'm a new homeowner in the area. I bought one of the extremely distressed homes that's up on Spruce, and I've been cleaning it up since the spring. And so I have come into contact with Henry over the state of my yard and my property, and I've been working on that, and he's been very encouraging, which I appreciate very much. I'd also like to say that I really appreciate that Bob Martin was hired as our inspector. He has facilitated my building permit, and I thought that was like really wonderful the way that he handled my circumstances. I didn't think it was necessary for a volunteer from the building department to participate in all of that, to participate in the inspection of my home. I wasn't comfortable with that. I didn't think it was appropriate for them to be making recommendations in my home about the architecture or the needs of my home during the permit process. So I think that's something that the council should perhaps consider in terms of the role of a volunteer participating in the inspection process. But I do really look forward to working with Bob in the future. I'm really excited about being a homeowner here in town. I had a roof put on this week, and I have some fruit trees to put in the ground, and I'm just really passionate about the improvements that I've made. And I know that it hasn't gone as quickly as I would have liked. I'm working solo, but I know that I will create something that you guys will be proud of, and I'm going to stay the course with that. So that's my feedback on my experience recently, and I'd like to thank you for that time.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you for your efforts in improving the city.
Carmen Laura? You said miscellaneous things to speak of.
Carmen Lara, Lara. I really would like to thank the employees, because they seem like they're really working together and getting things accomplished. So that was a big plus. It was a little long, but it was very enjoyable because of a lot of things. I was going to say regarding Rebecca's report, I was going through ordinances, and unfortunately I didn't bring it with me, but I think it was 2015, we had a contract with Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak, where we could take pets up there and you know, keep them up there. I'll try and find it and let you know what it was. I don't remember. I'm sure it was, I think it was an ordinance. But there was a whole entire contract attached with it. So I'll get that to you, and maybe we can work with them again or
I
something.
appreciate that. Yes.
Sure. Regarding the sidewalks and the trees, the URA has just kind of been doing something with that. So they're looking for grants. So I just wanted to let Mr. Martin know that that's going on too. What was the other one? Oh, the 5% tax. I believe that was an issue on the ballot that was approved by voters. And in that approval was what the money was supposed to be used for. And I think there were 4 or 5 things that they had to use it for. So that's the restriction on that. It was voter approved. Okay, I'm glad you talked about Cassell, because in my personal opinion, I don't think it'll resolve the billing issues and budget issues, but hopefully it will help in some way. So I think most of the billing issues are operator error. And I think if you fix your in-house personnel issues, then the other issues will be lessened. I know we have bad meters, bad ERTs, and that is a problem because you're going to get 0 reads and bad reads until those are all replaced. I know they wanted to get a grant for about $1 million to replace all the meters. I'm not sure I totally agree with that because they have already been putting in a lot of meters. So why put in new meters when we just put in new meters? Maybe they could do, you know, like a half and half or something. I know that's a 50-50 grant. Let's see. The administrative clerk one can also help with the different reports. I've got the little list here. They're not a utility clerk, they're administrative clerk. So their function in the office is not primarily billing. The utility office, they're supposed to help when the bills go out and also with the disconnect notices, and that's it. And they're supposed to help with building permits and with Mr. Colander and, you know, different parts like that. So they're limited.
You're getting close. I'll give you a few more seconds.
I'm coming. I was gonna say that I see a request for approval for water level sensors. And I know there's a letter stating you contacted them. Got to be careful because you cannot do anything. With that, because you have to do it here at meetings. You can't go out and look for contractors. If this has to go out to bid. So I hope you put those sensors out to bid. Because again, it's one sensor or one bid and you are not authorized to go get it. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay, you're done. It ended up right at that time.
I really didn't get my spiel, but that's okay.
Stephanie, next.
Mayor Bonacelli, you want to speak of the information about 104 Welton?
Gentlemen and ladies, I just wanted to clarify some misgivings that have been circulating and going around about that project that I had up at 104 Welton. One of the things is that there was no information given on heights or the information on how far down the building was going to sit or whatever. I ran into Mr. Mondragon and he stated that he had been ushered into his office, picked up his personal belongings in Hasta La Vista, and that he had a folder on me that was over an inch thick. And that and that I was going to have to find somebody, or they were going to have somebody else do my final inspection. Here is the little pieces of paper that were supposedly given the Miss Gay about not having any information about any of the elevations. There, it is complete. Engineer's stamp, the footers, the radon, the elevations, and everything else in the bottom floor. And then I also had to get a hold of Monty to go up there to look at, and he was presented with the fact that, are you going to go out there and tear up a street? The sewer line is down 8 feet. I'm the one that had to, in the 80s, put in the sewer line up there. I had to jackhammer it out. We had to bring it in an excavator that had a jackhammer on it to get through those layers of hard shale. And so in order for the city to have me run that, it would have to bring in the basket. It was down 8 feet. It would have to tear up that entire street to get over to the my property line for me to run the sewer line. And that or run straight down an alley, 240 feet with basically clean dirt. That was it. And why did it take 9 months to come up with this? And repeatedly, Dave was informed about this scenario, repeatedly. And every time that I did, I took the information in, I took it to the utility office, it was typed up, it was stamped by the utility office. I took it around to the clerk, had him stamp it, and not one time ever did she respond to any of my requests for information. The only time that she ever did anything was when there was a city council meeting on a Tuesday, and on a Monday, she would make a cameo appearance. And that was it. Anyway, this all was in my file. And it's $1,200 worth of information and engineering stamped.
And I thank you and I appreciate your working with me and getting that project completed, because if not, well, maybe now I might get something done.
Sorry you had to.
I understand that you have some money for me.
Yeah, we're gonna get that taken care of tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
He and I talked about that this morning.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan Geese, you wanted to speak of the meeting minutes?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Couple of quick things just out of the meeting today. As a Public Works Department, I've been building sewer lines and water treatment plant for over 30 years. So what those two guys are doing all by themselves is unfathomable to me. I was floored that that's only one guy doing each of those. I would hope that we could move at least to find somebody to help them. In the little failure that I work in, we have a saying that it goes, two is one and one is none. Guys, we've learned from Calvin today with one of those guys, if they're on vacation with their phones, that none of y'all would go on a vacation and answer your phone 24/7. So if there's anything that be done to help those guys, that would be greatly appreciated. One question for Mr. Colander. I was hoping to speak with Calvin tonight, in regards to the La Plaza gas meters.
Oh, okay.
We had a gas inspection 3 weeks ago. We've been waiting for gas meters. It's our final push for our final plumbing over there at La Plaza to get the building open.
What's your phone number?
720-309-4464. And I know we've been coordinating with Calvin. It was supposed to be last Thursday. The Love Truck Stop has been a priority for those guys. I know they're really, really busy, but I'm here to, and on behalf of the Plaza end to see if we can move those forward for those meters.
If I can get with Calvin tomorrow, I will get with you.
Yeah, I mean, he's sick, whatever. I mean, I'm busy enough.
I understand.
My other question for y'all as a council, did you read the minutes of the meeting of January 20 or July 24th? When you approved them today? None of you read them?
Yes. What are your?
Well, there aren't any. So my question again for you, there's meetings show an agenda approval by the mayor or any of the city council members, an adjournment, and then an agenda approval. No comments by anybody?
The purpose of the minutes by state statute is to only report on what the motions and the approvals and the votes.
Because there were no other comments by any of the.
That's why it's in the minutes. You'll be able to find exactly what time in the Zoom meeting all those comments existed.
Okay, because that was my question.
Yep, that's how it works.
Because there's 45 minutes of video. And
oh, absolutely.
No comments listed.
I mean, there's 3 hours of video sometimes, but yeah, that's the purpose of minutes is to.
You can get on the website and look at the videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just was going through it today. I was unaware of the meeting and I was trying to find the minutes. And then I wanted to comment earlier, but with the flow of the meeting, I wasn't able to notice that. So
yeah, the minutes aren't in there right now because I just got them approved. So they'll be going in probably tomorrow onto the website so that you'll have the ability at that point to do that.
Great, thanks. That's just
not a problem, sir.
Thank you.
But you won't have the minute. This is what it will be. That's not typed up like they used to be where you typed everything that was.
Well, I mean, the previous week of the previous meeting is in there and it's in far more detail. That's why I was curious.
Okay.
You guys approved the minutes. There's no information there. So just curious. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair Strickland. Talk about the water Northlands.
Hi, my name is Blair Stutzman. I had a couple other things too to touch on. First thing was, I don't know if you all know, Patrick out at the Walsenburg power plant. Got a massive undertaking there. I was out there talking to him. So there's a leak out there supposedly that's been out there, I hear, for the last, since 2015. It's been fixed from 2015 to 2019, 3 different times. I have the telephone pole where it's at. If you want some pictures, I can email it to you. I'm sure he can tell you he's been trying to get it fixed supposedly. It'd be nice to get it fixed. You're treating the water, you're pumping it out, and you got a bunch of weeds growing out there in the middle of it. I think it's a line going to Black Diamond or something. I'm not sure, but it's been a problem for a while. The second thing I'd like to touch on is the taxes for marijuana. You could be talking about a couple $100,000 a year. And so what it's supposed to go for is code enforcement, the youth parks, and the water park are the 4 things it's supposed to go for by law. So what I like to see the citizens do, which you all voted for this, I would like to see you guys try to do a public hearing and change and get code enforcement really out of it and give most of the money to the kids and the park and the water park. And then not only do that, you don't have any guidance. So where does, you know, if you got $100,000, what do you give to each one? So maybe go as far as saying, you know, give them a third each and maybe even put something in, because you have a resolution that I gave to you guys that tells you how to, that about it and then how to collect it too. You know, so there's resolutions on what it's supposed to legally be spent for. And then if the grows or dispensaries don't pay you, there's a resolution on how you collect the money. So that can be done. I do know that there was an individual that took 1,400 pounds from our grow and didn't pay us. And he hasn't paid taxes. And the only reason that his lab wasn't closed because he has friends here. So you know, he lost his grow. He's got a, you know, dispensary here. And like I said, you know, but that's something that, you know, you guys got to take care of if you want your money. So I would think you live in the desert, you know, finances and water would be a very important thing for you. And so the third thing was, I would like to touch on what Mr. Sheridan was talking about, the Northland. I've been in touch with, and me and Mr. Behill went to the last TPR meeting, he was there. I've been going to TPR meetings for the last year and been in touch with CDOT for the last year. And Mr. Bo Shafee has 180 acres. We have 100 acres. Mr. Tezak has 175 acres on the west side of the highway. And Mr. Beer and Monica have Dakota Campground. So what we're trying to do is put a plan together for a development down there. And Joe, the designer of the highway, he told me that we could put an 8-inch line through the hogback. And we would like to help pay for it, some of it, get in talks with you guys and help pay for some of it. You would be responsible to tear it up if something happened to it. But we can get an 8-inch line down the east side of that place, all the way down. Mr. Boshape, we can bring it in our property. Whatever develops down there, you guys will reap the benefits of the taxes and the water and everything. 95% of it will go to back to the sewer. We have plans, we have some options for development that we will bring forward in the next few months to you guys. And what we're trying to do is get Mr. Shafee's plan and Mr. Tezak's plan, and we're try to present this all to you at one time. So yeah, so we would like to maybe try to do that. You know, I don't know how long we have. They're going to start signs, I think, this December, and maybe in a year or so, they're saying they're going to start, you know, doing the highway. So maybe we can.
I let you go a minute over, but I do support that. And I've been to the CDOT meetings. They plan on putting it out for ad at the end of December. So that was the last I heard.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've already talked to Mr. Shafee and me and George have been in talks, and, you know, we have a couple grows out there on our property that would help pay too. And so we could get that done. And then you all would have a line going down the east side of the highway. And then you would have the second line that comes in. So if anything happened to the older line, you would still have an east side highway, because we could go down and it would go across the highway. So
I agree, but I got to cut you off. Rules.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
House. On Zoom, it's Mark Craddock.
Hi, it's Mark Craddock with the World Journal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, Mayor Vazani, you stated earlier in the meeting that we hired KRW to be a headhunter in the search for a new administrator. It was my understanding at the special meeting that you had directed Colander to put together a proposal for KRW Associates that was going to be considered at this meeting. Did something change, or did I misunderstand what went on at the special meeting?
KRW was supposed to give us a proposal. Did we get it? I don't recall. You did get it?
I thought we approved that.
We approved it. Did I sign it? I hate to ask that question. They sent it to us and I signed it. It was approved at the last meeting.
It was approved at the last meeting. I thought the wording at the last meeting was Veronica directing Colander to seek a proposal that you would consider at this meeting. There was no dollar amount in that proposal that was firm. There was nothing of that kind. Am I mistaken, Veronica?
I thought that you made a motion to approve it and it was gonna be
Up to 15.
up to 15 is what
That's what I remember. And it was
Okay,
15.
it could very well have been my misunderstanding, and I'm sorry, I apologize.
What?
That's my recollection too.
Yeah.
And then we voted unanimously to do it.
Yeah. City attorney also thinks that that it was
Pardon?
voted to.
I remember the dollar cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing I want to talk to you about quickly is your language for your executive session tonight. You hit all the high notes in citing the statute section 246424B, under which you're going under, but your topic, termination of city administrator, seems pretty thin. The law section 246423A specifically tells you that you must state the identification of the particular matter to be discussed in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose for which the executive session is authorized. Given the the degree to which there may or may not be legal issues involved with this termination, your citation is pretty non-specific. And I just want to warn you that there's a Pacosa Springs lawyer named Matthew Rowan who makes a cottage industry out of bringing lawsuits against municipalities and small school districts over just this point of law. And he has just sued Warfano RE1. I wouldn't give the guy any excuse to go after you. And I think when you make your motion go to this executive session, I encourage you to list in a little more detail what the topic is of this executive session. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom.
So real quick, hold on a second. On Mark's point about approving KRW, that was at the special meeting, am I right?
That's correct.
There is nothing in the minutes about that.
That's not true. I looked it up for a second.
Is it?
I remember
Yeah.
the second and the
Yeah.
fourth now.
Oh, it just didn't get scanned.
Yep.
It's not in the scan version.
Yeah.
The one that. was
When they
scanned.
scan it, they miss.
Paper copies here. It wasn't
Oh.
the scan version.
It's in there.
Really?
Got it. Thank you.
Read.
Yeah, it's just not, when he scanned it, he didn't scan the back page. I know.
Else,
But what does it say?
Oh,
It says to
Stephanie, anybody else?
information, it doesn't say, we didn't vote on to approve it. We voted for him to information. To bring us a contract. At this meeting.
LA?
Are you calling me to speak?
Yes.
Okay, so I just have, first off, I want to say thank you to all of the city employees. They've done such an amazing job over this last few months of turmoil and stuff they've been through. I just appreciate every single one of them. I actually just have a suggestion for tonight, and I don't know how the city council will take it, but I know other counties, other cities have adopted people to pay for like community service hours with helping out like the dog shelter with donating food, maybe donating to possibly do some improvements to the dog shelter. I'm just thinking, you know, that might be a possibility if the city council would want to look at something like that, for them to pay for stuff in exchange for community service hours. I've seen that a lot around the state of Colorado, and it's just something that I thought might be interesting for Warfano County, Walsenburg, to build up some of these dilapidated buildings and things like that, is for people to give money to the city to pay off those community service hours.
Excuse me, what was your name, please?
Yes. And spell it.
My name is Chrissy, Krissie. Last name Aldretti, Aldretti.
Yes, I agree with that idea. We've used them at the golf course I know before, so that labor is there. We'll talk to Rebecca and possibly utilize that avenue of free labor.
I know she said that when I was listening earlier, I mean, I've listened through the whole meeting, but when she was saying that she's relied on donations and things like that, I just thought maybe something that would be less of a burden to the city, because the city hasn't paid for stuff. And she said she's very proud of them not paying for a whole lot of stuff and her doing what she can to reach out to people. I just think that would help. It'd be kind of a win-win for, well, people that need to get community service hours done and also the city of Walsenburg.
I'll follow up on that because we have used them at the golf course, so I can find out if we qualify for that.
Gary, have you done that recently?
Yeah, just a couple of months ago.
Because in the past, my understanding was, and I was talking to the KRW people, in the past, what happened was community service hours cannot be done until the fines are paid. Most of the people who are fined and given community service don't have the money to pay the fine. And so we used to have a big group. I mean, the theater did it, the library did it. Yeah. So if it's working for you, that'd be great.
Yeah, this is the only one we've had in the last few years. We got one, but I think it was a DUI and he paid his things and done his time up there, so.
But it's worth, I mean, we're going to talk about it. It's a problem. We can't get them anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you, council, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Robert Ellsworth?
Good evening, everybody. Robert Ellsworth, last name Ellsworth. I'd like to make 3 comments. Regarding the future of whether it be Google or Zoom or whatever, the concept of having to log in or to request a password for every meeting that happens. If it's going to be the same for city council, it would probably be the same for planning and zoning, it would probably be the same for everything. To me, is a very cumbersome thing. When I first showed up here in Walsenburg, there were probably 2 to 3 people attending city council meetings. I can't get a head count there as how many humans are in the room, but I can tell you online right now, there are 33 people in the Zoom meeting. For every single one of us, I'm saying this is going to be cumbersome and probably a waste of employees' times to have to go ahead and check for each request and issue out a new password every single time. If we could have it that a person could be vetted once. I see the exact same names on here in Zoom every single city council meeting over and over and over. And if I could be vetted once, I should be able to just Zoom, come back in. That's just but a suggestion. Second, I agree, yes, to any support we can give to the dog shelter. In addition to that, if we could come up with the funds, I would love to see this, which is I think it's called SNR, spay, neuter, release, more than just once a year. I know Mr. Daniels offered up his place on the corner of 5th and Main. Very generous of him to do that, but we need to have this more often, maybe 4 times a year with the cat population that we have here. I'm against euthanization, if that's the way to put it, euthanizing, but spay, neuter, release, that could be a very good thing. Please consider and talk about having a clinic more than once a year. Dog park, that has been under discussion since 2018 when I showed up. 5 years, people, really? I don't even own a dog and I want to see a dog park. Let's get it done. That's it. Thank you very much for your effort, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
May Sandoval?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Deemace Sandoval, DEEMAES SANDOVAL. Just a quick question. Are we still having to introduce and spell out our names? I noticed it's hit and miss. Is that a requirement or no?
Yes, I dropped the ball on it. We do have to, yes.
All right, just wanted to make sure. So
Yeah.
just a couple of things, been attending these meetings for a couple of years now. And I guess I'm confused about, and really this doesn't affect me, but in just listening tonight with Mr. Bonicelli, that payment to him was approved the last time he was before council, and he still hasn't received that check. I'm just confused on that, not looking for an answer. But it's my lead into my next question, since we haven't talked about this, or you haven't talked about this for some time. What's going on with the Aguilar bill?
Mr. Moore just stated that it's almost paid up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
Yeah.
So well, it's not almost paid up, but we have received payments within the last month that made substantial difference in the balance.
And so is there still a service being provided to them?
They're charged all the fees that ordinance allows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's everyone.
That's everybody. Okay. H is presentations, none tonight. Public hearings, none tonight. Unfinished business, number 8, approval to sign and accept the Warfenton County Law Enforcement contract. You guys all have that in your packet. Discussion. This is for your information. This is basically the contract the county sent to us initially to do a year with a 6 months extension. And we went back and forth trying to get 2 years, blah, blah, blah. We ended up, our group decided to accept their initial proposal to us, and this is what this is. Minus they took out, I believe, some equipment stuff, which is probably outdated, taken care of 5 years ago when this all happened. So this is in front of you. This will get us through June of 24. Basically is what this does.
Right, with the only caveat that I emailed you about, which is that there is a possible payment increase for that 6 months. And and it's not.
Yes.
We'll negotiate that in December. Yeah. Everybody, any discussion?
So I thought I sent in here about the reporting. So you can put in a contract all day long that the sheriff needs to come here the first regular meeting of every quarter. But nothing held him accountable to doing that before. So I would just like to go on record that this contract that they sent us, we approved, still saying that the sheriff or his designee needs to come here. And I really, really would like to see that.
I'll work on that.
They left it in their contract.
Yeah, I agree. And they send us the contract, so I don't see why they wouldn't. Jackie?
Can I make a suggestion on that? If that is the case and it's in here, that we add it to the agenda every meeting, whatever it says he's supposed to do, add it to the agenda. So
Number 7, right?
First regularly scheduled council meeting each. So I would say starting next quarter.
Okay. I'll just make sure that he gets a copy of the agenda then.
yeah, and just place him on there.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been this, no. I guess there's.
July would have been the third quarter. We missed it, so it'd actually be October 1st, right? But let's add that to the agenda and that might encourage him to come.
Yeah.
At least we're doing our part of the agreement.
Any other discussion?
Think we need a motion on a
Yep.
Yeah.
to actually discuss.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll entertain one then. Are you making one?
I'll make a motion to accept the intergovernmental. Where am I at? The IGA with Warfenton County Law Enforcement contract.
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Rick Jennings, a second by Nick Hill. You accept the agreement between the city and the Board of Warfenton County Commissioners for Law Enforcement. Discussion. Hearing none.
Discussed it a lot.
Concern about what kind of increase they're gonna ask for. So I would hope that I think in the contract, it also says that they have to request that by a certain time.
Right.
And I would hope that that is Because that's been the issue in the past, is that it doesn't come in enough time for us to do our budget, and that's where it's falling apart. So I don't know the actual wording exactly in there, but if they are gonna request an increase, that comes in a timely.
Oh, I can make that point, and I'm also hoping that the police study will kind of give us a little more financial data on what their costs actually are. I don't think we know them.
That'll make a difference.
Yeah, we kind of just done this. We've been operating without a contract. We had to do something. So hopefully this police study gets everybody kind of understanding how it all works, and maybe we can get together or do another, whatever we end up doing, at least this will buy us a little time.
Well, and I'd like to thank the county, those commissioners and the administrator for meeting with
Yeah, the study group.
with Mr. Williams and Mr. Johnson. That was, I mean, I really appreciate their cooperation.
Yes, I did too. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Beal,
Yes.
Ms. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Eckert,
Yes.
Jennings,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani,
Yes.
passes.
Okay, number 9, approval of pay increase code enforcement.
Before we go any further with that, I want to acknowledge that my lack of knowledge, but Mr. Moore indicated. So I want to indicate that because I don't have the knowledge of that ordinance.
No.
To be perfectly frank with you. I was reacting and we were reacting on what was indicated back in May. And I still think this should go through without any reservations, but I just want you to know that I do acknowledge lack, and it was a little bit of ignorance on my part when it came to that. Before we get into that, I wanted to say that.
Thank you.
So before we kind of get into this too, I want to say, I appreciate each one being individual. I think that that's key. I've been asking for that for 2 years. So I really appreciate that. Kind of along the lines of what Mr. Moore brought up is who supervises all of these people?
Well, right now, I do.
You supervise.
The director.
Except for, I supervise code enforcement and animal control. He does supervise Deanna. Utility clerk.
So if we talked about this 3 months ago, is there a reason why you haven't evaluated this eval?
She has been evaluated.
Well, it states here that it would be looked at in another 3 months.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
It states here that it would be reevaluated in 3 months.
Is this open for discussion?
I mean, I think we should refer to the position generally, not to the.
Well, I was gonna say, are on here one at a time. I think we should
My bad.
kind of go.
I'll bring it up when we get.
Maybe we should start with code enforcement. That's the next item on the agenda.
We want to table this then, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying we should just start with the code enforcement because that's the next one that we're talking about.
I mean, I would just like some understanding of how these numbers came about. I mean, I feel like it was just numbers thrown at the wall and like whatever stuck. You know, and if, you know, I read that 4 point whatever you said, Mr. Moore, 4B9. I didn't see anything specifically in there about 5%. I don't know where you got that number from. So it's not on this 4B9. I read that and I didn't see 5% in there.
It's percent is identified in the policy manual. I didn't bother to put that in that document there. So to award a pay increase, the policy manual states it should not exceed 5% in a fiscal year. So if you start with the original raise awarded in 2023, the maximum allowable according to policy manual is 5%, which is a reasonable increase. So Currently, no 5% awards were put out that I'm aware of. So there is room for pay increase. If I'm not mistaken, a person who begun the year in 2023 with a pay rate of $15.50 has a capacity maximum increase of $16.27.
About 78 cents. 78 cents an hour at 5%.
I ran that number once, so let's see, let me calculate.
10% would be $1.50. So half of that's 75 plus a couple cents.
7.5, 78 cents.
So $16.27.
But you have on here 1675.
Right,
I
and
don't have that on there.
And there's already been a quarter increase that happened before that's what I was objecting before. So
I think
that's what I'm saying, like,
a quarter raise is a joke.
It is.
what's a joke? Absolutely, it was a joke. That's what I'm saying. If our policy says 5%,
5% is a slap in the face for what they do out there.
Yep.
That's my opinion.
I didn't make these policies.
And I don't think we ever approved that handbook yet.
We're operating off the 2021 handbook.
Yeah.
That's approved. That's the one we're operating off of is 2021.
That's the one that is in that 5%,
And that's the one that's active.
because we haven't approved the ones they were working on. So we're giving them 2021 raises.
Yep.
In 2023.
I personally don't think that raises should be in a policy manual or in an employee handbook. That was my contention at the beginning of why it never went further, because I don't believe that should be in an employee handbook. I've never worked for anybody that's had that in an employee handbook, which I thought was just crazy, because then we're stuck with what's in the employee handbook.
Yep, I agree.
Substantial increase of the council did it. Part one.
So what do you want?
So how do
what
we-
do we want to do? I agree with Rick.
Adhere to policy, the maximum amount would be an increase to $16.27.
So I would just point out that it looks like there's a 10% maximum salary increase per fiscal year that includes a cost of living and based on a combination of salary increases, including annual salary range compensation adjustments, merit increases, promotional increases, and reclassifications. Is this what we're talking about? Has she been, he or she?
Talking about the one.
Okay, okay.
What are you reading, Ms. Will?
So she's on 4C.
I'm looking at 4C at the bottom, page 40.
So you're saying we can go 10%?
But then you have to stay within the bands. But then the bands are the next issue. So you have a range, but then you also have bands that.
Well, we're within the bands, number one, and number two, he is now the code enforcement officer. And that band is completely different from when he first started.
Yeah, it is.
Ticket raise with him would be a 6.4 roughly.
6.4.
6.34, but with the 25 cents he got before, you're at 8.06.
It's under the 10 though.
But he's still within the band of a code enforcement officer.
And you guys have to understand that he's been here almost 2 years without anything except for the 1550.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the pay increase.
I'll second that.
I got a motion from Rick Jennings to approve the raise for the code enforcement officer. I got a second by Nick Hill. Further discussion?
I just think that we are setting a precedence that we don't care what's in the manual, we don't care what's there, we don't care what policy is, we're just gonna do whatever we feel, and I don't think that is the proper way to do it.
So I do not know what the difference is between this point that the attorney has identified.
I don't either, that's what I'm
I
saying.
Identified, so if
Well, I think she's got cost of living included. It's probably made to go to 10%, 5%'s the basic merit wage. That's how I heard it.
prior administrator before with Mr. Stumbaugh, he brought it before council and it was either going to be cost of living or merit. And council said merit. It was not, there was not going to be a cost of living included in there. It was going to be merit only annually is what was decided. So that's what I'm saying.
Is that a policy? Where is it? That was decided?
It was.
They're 2 years.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I don't have all these things quoted. All I know is that's what was approved at that time. Nothing else has ever been brought in front of council. There was an attempt to redo the pay bands and all that, which I think needs to be done. But what I'm saying is you're setting a precedence here. What's gonna stop? I mean, we just. I don't know.
Well,
You guys do what you want.
I have a report, looking at the minutes, I have a report from June 21st of 2022. And this was presented, it appears to me that it was presented to council and it has what the rates were at that time.
Pay bands?
Well, it's a chart that you did.
It wasn't approved.
Oh, it wasn't, this wasn't approved.
That's what I'm saying. The 2021 is what.
Well, this isn't a policy. This is a proposed hourly wage, Veronica. So it doesn't show me anyway whether it was approved or not. So these, but these were the current rates, Mr. Moore, at that time. You put the current rates on there, correct? And
Was I doing a comparison of the? current rates?
and what the suggested rate was of $2.44.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that that's what the rates were then and what they are now. Okay. And some of the people are beyond that if it was in May and we're in, July, August, and some of these haven't been changed. Is that correct?
And
So
that's
some people,
problematic because it then compresses different levels of pay. So it starts to overlap. You can push someone who's brand new above the pay of someone who's been working for a couple of years. So it's important that at some point the council pick that up and review the pay bands so that they're restructured.
yeah, but what I'm saying is it appears to me that some of these people have gone beyond a year for review and a raise. Is that correct?
I don't believe any,
Is that?
Yes, it is correct.
It appears to me that.
example,
Well, Henry. is sitting around the-
It is correct.
didn't you have an evaluation back in when?
First evaluation I ever got, one day done, and I got a quarter after.
Rebecca Mondragon. Hers has been a year and a half. When Dustin had everything and it was approved by council to do everything all at once at the end of the year. And then all of a sudden it changed to where now we're gonna do it on everybody's evaluation days. Mine was a year and 3 months, 4 months. So, everything got off of whack, there. So, something needs to be decided, whether it's gonna be on everybody's year or it's gonna be, at the end of the year where everybody is done.
Right, and that's a policy question. So what you're saying is for example, the animal control, it's been a year and a half since the last evaluation is your statement.
Yeah, so if it's a year and a half, why are we sticking? I mean, I don't understand how, Veronica, how does that apply to policy? I don't know.
I know the policy is written within a fiscal year. Again, I didn't write the policy.
No, I'm just saying that we have to deal with these people's raises.
Fairly.
Sharon.
And I certainly agree with that. So if a person has not had an evaluation in over 12 months.
A year and a half.
Over anything over 12 months would be a serious error.
So, Sharon, I apologize for calling you Sharon, but Sharon, what I'm seeing is you have not had a raise that I'm aware of. I mean, I have May of 22. I have what you were paid May of 22. And it appears to me you're at the same rate now.
That one May,
I just got one.
that one May of 23.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at the end of April, 1st of May.
Okay, but so it's not on this updated one then. Okay, that's okay. Because it's showing the same amount.
Well, I know we have to set a policy because we deal with a lot of different employees, different people, and you can get yourself in trouble by, that's why unions don't do merit raises. They go by what you do, your category. But the same token, if any of you, I'm sure, go shopping at the grocery stores, cost of living has gotten crazy in the last couple of years. These people need more money. I mean, I think me as an employer, I had to do that. We got to compensate people. I don't know how we go about it. If we want to work on some kind of quick policy.
Do that. So you're aware, all the people who had started prior to that point did receive a dollar increase from $14.50 to $15.50. So people took jobs, you know, we still had people working below $14.50, and then the city started hiring people at $14.50. So now people who have worked here for literally years were getting paid more. More pay was going to new employees, and that finally got corrected. The council moved it to $15.50, but only that minimum class was increased, which then compressed the entire pay band schedule. So now it's skewed. So yes, it obviously take some time, and definitely please address the policy. It will do everyone in the city a big favor. And you know, clearly we're having difficulty drawing people into employment. So, you know, I know, you know, all our staff is worth more money than they're paid. And I would be more than happy to see them get the increases that are reasonable to make sure that we're up to speed with the rest of the market. And I don't think that anyone working in the utility department is paid enough.
I don't think any almost.
Well, the water department and the gas, the gas department was messed up by that $15.50 bit. So you know, at some point that needs to be addressed.
Well, I mean, I agree with Rick, and I'd like to get more money. But we need to study it. We can't just jump in and do something stupid.
But the attorney is blessing the 10%.
Okay.
Then I don't have any.
I haven't done the math to look at what you're going from to what you're going to. I think that's a discussion that needs to be had, you know, between staff and between you all. I do know that one provision, it does say the merit of employee performance as reported on such appraisals will determine salary increase. But then there is another provision that says employees are eligible to receive up to a 10% maximum salary increase when you include the cost of living and other compensation adjustments. So that's my quick analysis. If you want to dive back into what your pay ranges are, and I may be overhauling this policy, adopting a new policy. If you need more time to do that, you can certainly continue the matter, but you know, it's up to you. I know that this has been.
So what was that wording?
Yeah.
Salary increase.
Yeah, so if you look at 4A, it does say the merit will determine salary increase to be given within the city's current fiscal status. But then if you look at 4C, it says employees are eligible to receive up to a 10% maximum salary increase, which includes a cost of living adjustment. And it's based on a combination of other factors.
So when it says other factors, is it including the 3% that goes to retirement? That's what I'm saying. You start adding in the 3% for retirement and, you know, those other, like, that's another 3% right there.
I mean, I think it's take home salary. I'm not sure that it includes benefits.
Benefits are good.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Stombaugh brought a current pay band and then a suggested.
Yeah, it's right here.
Which never got approved.
It did not get approved.
So, either Mr. Moore or Mr. Polander needs to bring a revised, pay band. Like, we need to review again that, because we were working on it, but a lot of things that he said never got changed. And some did and some didn't. But then you need to go back and watch that video where Justin said And I think it was at the end of the year, right, that he wanted to evaluate all the employees. It wasn't at their evaluation yearly, it was at the end of the year. And so it was kind of all messed up, so.
Yeah, that didn't
The
happen.
last motion was end of the year for all employees.
Need to address that. Mr. Moore, are you good using the 10% deal and we can go with what?
Yeah, with Mr. Collender is the supervisor, he's recommending pay increase. The attorney has identified a valid component of the policy manual. My concern is the policy manual. So I believe we have a reasonable combination of detail.
But it was no COLA raises.
Right.
That's
It was-
what-
That's the part that was coming out. It was all gonna be based on merit.
But in that 10%, it could be variations of percentages for merit and variations of percentages for COLA. Am I correct on that one?
That's what it says, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
It
you
doesn't
could
Get down.
break it down, so you could say that it was a 6%, for example, on merit, and then the rest of it would be up to 4% to get to the 10%. I mean, you can look at it that way too.
What about the 3% that goes to retirement?
That's where I got play ignorance.
So when Gabe gave us the last set of increases, she included all of those as part of the increase. That's how they've been being presented to us. Like what the overall impact of the increases.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got a motion and second.
I'd like to amend my motion. I would like to give a payroll change request to Mr. Henry Zal from $15.75 an hour to $16.75 per hour.
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Rick Jennings and a second by Nick Hill. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Beal,
Sure.
Ms. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani,
Yes.
Mr. Jennings,
Yes.
passes.
We move on to the next one.
So he doesn't get any of those, right? Excuse me, you're part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
So you do not get all of the benefits, is that correct? Or he does?
No,
Yeah, he does not. Okay, thank you. I just wanted,
It's in the paperwork there, you'll see it.
yeah.
Okay, the next one is Deanne Izzo.
Utility clerk.
Huh?
Utility clerk.
Utility clerk, sorry, I'm not supposed to use names.
I'll make a motion to approve the pay increase for the utility clerk.
and I'll second that.
I got a motion by Don Martinez, a second by Nick Hill.
May I please interject? I'm so sorry.
Say that again?
May I please interject quickly? We don't have enclosures on this, so in your motion, can you do as Mr. Jennings did and say what the pay increase is?
Do you need the last one?
No, Mr. Jennings included that in his
Okay,
motion.
yeah, this one is $15.75 an hour going to $16.50 an hour.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. I got a motion and a second discussion.
So this one is definitely a pay band issue. So if she's a utility clerk 1, this is definitely not. So is there a promotion to utility clerk 2 to accommodate this pay increase?
Object to this action. I am the supervisor. I was never notified of a staff evaluation. I returned. I was never informed an evaluation was held. The information was literally withheld from me. No discussion. The only way I know that there's any pay increase is because I got the agenda. So I have had several points of reason why I object. And really, I think the most egregious part is the fact that this completely undermines the supervisor relationship. That people have gone around the process in order to make a pay increase award. And I don't think that that practice should ever be done in the city. So I don't, want to cast any dispersion. I think I think our utility clerks do excellent work. And I certainly believe they are worth more money. But at this particular instance, in this particular process, I find the whole thing alarming.
So who is the supervisor then?
I am.
Okay, so are you gonna do a evaluation of her then? Bring
The
it,
evaluation was held in April and I have had to write additional documentation since April.
So do you?
I think you were gone when they did this. You were supposed to be back on a Wednesday and you didn't go back.
Did it the day I was supposed to be back. There's no rush. There was never notified that anyone was going to do an evaluation without my presence.
So do you recall in May when the one was done, I asked that two specific employees be reevaluated
And
in 90 days?
to your request, I've had to make further documentation. So
I understand that, but it was never brought back. I think when I asked and we all kind of directed that, we expected that that would come back before us on what the action was.
and why did you think one of the staff required additional increase?
Because I think a quarter is
quarters of slapping.
insulting.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I mean, we sit here time after time saying how important our staff is.
I would read
A quarter.
On a whole month.
$1.25 was the entire raise, which is not
I
insubstantial.
disagree with that.
I know you.
Because that dollar was not a raise. That dollar was to get us back into competitive wages.
To hire people.
Get us in there. So we cannot, and I said that night, you cannot hold that dollar as a raise for merit, because that is not what that dollar was for.
If
Exactly, it
If-
wasn't.
staff got a raise, maybe, but I do disagree with you. So I don't intend to argue with you, of course, but I disagree. So when I join an organization and I'm paid $14.50 an hour, if I get a dollar increase, I'm not going to get a dollar increase for another year. So
So if a new person starts at that $15.50, are they held to those same standards that an employee who was working here and got bumped to that minimum, and then they're held to that because they got a minimum increase? No.
I awarded an additional increase regardless, and with the remember what I was going to say there. So I awarded the additional increase, and it's always an option to have another evaluation, but I was not prepared under the circumstances to bring that to you in a short turnaround.
So I asked in May for a 90-day review. It has been 90 days. I don't think that was short notice. We asked for that in May, that these two employees be reevaluated within 90 days.
Hasn't been 90 days, Veronica.
July.
Well, it's April, May, June, July.
So it's been 90 days. 90 days.
Well, it was presented to us in May. It was done in April.
I suggest you do an evaluation of her and bring it back to our next meeting.
Right, and I would also like to see the current evaluation. I have no idea.
That's an issue.
I mean, I think that's a whole,
Like to see everybody's.
I think that is a whole separate issue that the supervisor should.
One at a time.
I think that the supervisor, to disregard their role in this is inappropriate. I mean, Mr. Moore should have been a part of that if he is in fact your supervisor.
But he didn't do it. Wasn't here.
He wasn't here.
So who takes over the supervisory role when Mr. Moore isn't here?
No one does necessarily, if the supervisor does the evaluation, who else knows?
So then, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do that?
I would certainly be happy to do that.
Okay.
So we do have a motion.
And a second.
We're gonna have to shoot it down.
Yeah.
What's that?
We're gonna have to shoot it down.
Okay.
This is.
Trust.
You can amend it or you can vote on it and then have a new motion.
Yeah, just vote on it and then we'll.
So the plan is to do an evaluation and come back with this one? Is that the plan?
Now, I won't be here at the next meeting.
You can bring it in.
Have a short period of time right now to get things ready for you for the next meeting. The financial processing is going to take most of my time. Would you be all right if I brought that to the September first meeting in September?
So
I'd much rather have it.
I wouldn't.
Next meeting,
You can't just give it to us?
just put it in the,
I have to conduct the evaluation.
put it in the agenda.
Oh, you're not gonna
You
be
work
here?
with her every day. You should know the evaluation.
I only have 3 more days. to prepare all the financial reporting. Have to do all the accounting entries and processing. Oh, and so you know, in terms of the accounting record, the utility system will not have been closed out before I leave. So I'm going to generate a financial statement for you. It will have the expenditures. It won't have the revenues. At that point, I can redo another one when I get back for complete. But by the time I leave, the utility management revenues will not be closed. I won't be able to include those in the report. So the time it takes to get things prepared, I don't know that I would be able to squeeze that in. I need to.
Henry?
Mr. Moore? I do have something I really want to say, but I'm very angry, so I'm trying to keep it calm as I can. I hate people that play with other people's lives. We have worked for this place and tried our best to do our best. We got bragged on how good the morale was, but this is a morale breaker. People who did not get a personal raise at the time that everybody else was getting the big money is still not up to where most of the people got money. We stayed because we thought there were better things coming. Evidently, it's not. If this person has got to go another month without a raise that got slapped in the face with a quarter to begin with, I don't know if they would be at work tomorrow. I'm not sure how. I have sat and listened to this and I'm thoroughly sick of it. I am so damn sick of it, I'm shaking like a leaf. Because the person who's talking got his raise. If he'd have got a quarter, would he be sitting there so damn calm? That's the feelings of your employees. And if you don't like what I've said, then you'll replace me tomorrow. I don't care at this point.
I think it's appropriate for you to say those things, but I also think it's inappropriate to go around a supervisor.
Okay, listen.
Henry, I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moore, do you object to the raise or do you object to the process that was followed, or both?
I object to the process that was followed primarily, and I object to the raise in terms of the amount.
Do you think it should have been more or less?
Don't want to state that.
All right.
So, Mr. Moore, did I read it? Were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Martinez. Did I read that she is training another person?
Take some time and review the document you received tonight.
Okay, well, I received a lot of documents.
That will answer your question.
Your document, the document that was provided to you? Or
labeled objection.
Yeah, so your objection. I directed Isla to support.
I appreciate Mr. Ezel. I understand what he is telling us, telling me. And had this process not gone the way it did, we would not have had to have this conversation. That was an unfortunate set of circumstances.
To support training new staff, but not solely.
What should have went differently? I guess I don't understand what you just said.
So if other staff decide to hold an evaluation, they need to follow the policy manual and they need to work with the relevant people. Otherwise, undermining the entire department in terms of authority, exercise.
That's already happened, Jim. That's already happened. We see people getting good raises, others getting nothing. That's wrong.
That council members intervene personally.
Intervene personally.
Talk about going by policy and going by that, but
You're supposed to enforce the policy.
I am. Yes. But there's things that I haven't done, but you and Miss Davis has not gone by the policy either.
Stop
It's in the book.
Stop.
That that the evaluation is to be done.
Stop, Gary.
It is given to HR. HR is to go over it, go back to the supervisor, go over it back with him, and then she is to give it to the administrator, and then the administrator and the supervisor and HR is supposed to be in there for those last evaluations.
Where is that in policy?
That is just right above where the pay bands are, and you go up.
I just gotta, this is getting out of hand. Let's try to end it. But did you ever consider doing that evaluation before you had to leave? I guess I'm gonna ask that.
No, I did not.
Huh?
No, I did not.
And like I said in the beginning, I was just unaware.
So you're fine, but Mr. Moore, Miss Mays made that, it was a pretty, you know,
You included that in your objection.
yeah,
included
so
that.
why did you not do it? Just tell me, why did you not do it when you knew it had been requested of you?
Because of subsequent interactions.
I don't know what that means, but.
In a second.
Yeah. Call for the vote.
We got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
One further discussion, my very first comment was these pay bands need to be fixed. Is that she's listed as an account clerk to one, and then there's an account clerk two. So if this, I mean, she should already be in account clerk two to be receiving the pay she has now and to receive this amount of money. So I think that there's another piece in there that you're paying more for a position that doesn't have that pay. And again, I didn't make these, that's what's there.
I think we'll have to ignore the pay bands until they're corrected.
I agree with that because we can't make it work. Would you agree, Veronica?
Yes,
We can't
absolutely.
make it work. So let's disregard that.
Do the vote.
Any other comment? Roll call.
Thanks.
Yes.
How much is?
Yeah, did we say how much? I was like, Mark,
Yeah, Barry did.
It went to $16.50 an hour.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani,
Yes.
Mr. Beal,
Yes.
Ms. Mays,
although I hate the process, yes.
Mr. Ecker,
Yes.
Ms. Dillon,
Yes.
Motion carried. Next is animal control.
Motion to approve the pay increase for animal control from 1778 to 1928.
Second that.
I got a motion by Don Martinez, a second by Nick Vihil. Discussion.
That's for the record, it's over the band. Well, my concern is that,
Oh, I agree with you.
The whole thing is a mess, Veronica. And if
We need to fix the whole-
if we could do something to fix it
my
tonight. we
concern
would.
is that we start getting into these territories with these huge raises that are put in front of us. We start getting into territories where we are paying people that don't require certifications that we're paying the same amount for people that we're paying people with certifications that were here tonight, that are responsible for our water, that are responsible for our sewer, and we're basically paying nearly the same amount. And those people are required to have these certifications and working on higher certifications. That's my concern, is that we are just throwing all these pay bands out the window.
So what is your suggestion? Because we have to deal with it some way. So what is your answer? I'm willing to listen.
My answer is.
I understand.
We do need to work on the pay band, not tonight, other day.
I'm just putting this all on the record, is all I'm saying.
What would put her in the pay? I don't know what the pay band is.
Pay band, the current pay band, if I look at it right, is between $16 and $20. So I don't know where you're,
So in the manual, it has 40,000, so it has animal control, and this put her over that.
So 60, what I
35
have,
to 40,
7 days a week.
huh?
35 to 40 is what animal.
Okay, so
control-
what is this current here with the 16 to 20?
yeah, that's what I have, is 16 to 20.
That didn't pass.
That's
The
just
current
current.
says current.
Here's the new right here, the news.
Yeah. Yeah,
Brought the new and the current says $16 to $20.
In the 2021 handbook.
I remember. I mean,
This is-
this was actually part of an agenda packet.
yes.
I numbered it 1 through 4, which is what I do in those
Yes.
packets. And so we put in the packet, the current and the new. This is during the Dustin Stambaugh thing.
Didn't pass.
No, I know it, the current. I'm telling you, this, the current was what was in the agenda. And then the new that didn't get passed. You're right.
I'm just reading what's in the employee manual. I'm reading it right out of the.
That part
And yeah, so it does say what I have is current as well, is 16.
yeah, 16 to 20, which is below the.
Yeah.
Now it's surprising. This one's a little higher than the rest. It's surprising, but it actually. It's within the 20, it's within the 20. I would take the time and like to get through this, but it's not fair. The cost of living has went up. People need to have a little more money. I mean,
This was also one that hadn't been evaluated in
half.
And she works 7 days a week.
So yeah, let's go through this and then I have something to say. She did, yeah, she has not had it for a year and a half. Is that correct? She's not had a raise for a year and a half. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, well, I got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Ms. Mays,
Yes.
Becker,
Yes.
Ms. Jennings,
Yes.
Mayor Barsani.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Ms. Dykes,
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is new business. If our sheriff's representative would like to go, you can, but if you'd like to stay, we'd enjoy your company.
You have me here?
No, I don't, I think we're good.
Good now.
Thank you.
Say something.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Go on, please.
Yes, before you leave,
No, I want to talk about the animal control and these code.
before you go to no business.
I want to go back to the camera.
Okay. Back to animal control. Jackie has one more item.
So if you could clarify something for me, and I apologize, I'm going back. But I have on this sheet that shows salary is the code enforcement officer and animal control. Okay? Are they salaried?
I don't believe so. No,
think they
definitely
are.
not.
No, they're hourly, they're exempt. Or non-exempt. I mean.
Non-exempt.
That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
So both they are?
They're
Or non-exempt.
Salary.
None.
I mean,
They're non-exempt.
hourly.
Get hourly.
Waged.
Okay, so I want to just clarify something then. Because it does say that the animal control officer works 7 days a week. Okay, so does the animal control officer go over the 40 hours or 80 hours? I don't know when you're paid. And do they get paid overtime or no?
They're required to.
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
So I was looking at the sheet that shows that it was salary.
Is that what the new one probably showed, was going to that?
Salaried on both of them, so we probably need to get all of our information together and straight.
Yes. Be important for the position to be salaried to have staff to comply with the state requirements.
And you have staff, you got a part-time person.
But it would have to be more than part-time, so you'd have to have regular staff.
But I'm just saying, technically, she's not supposed to work only 5 hours a day. That's why they hired a part-time.
And in the 3 years I've been here, basically, this has been so contentious. It's caused a lot of riffraff, or not riffraff, but a lot of just ripples.
Yeah.
In our system, and
Fix it.
We have to fix it.
We got a lot of things to deal with, so that's probably gonna go on the back burner.
Priority.
Are we done with all of that?
No, I want to say one more thing, please. I'm sorry. Very fast. Would you be willing to issue a statement or an explanation on salaried employees and how vacation is handled, how time off is handled, how comp time is handled? And I'm going to tell you why I'm asking. I would like an explanation for the record, because it is my understanding that agreements have been made that people that are salaried, and if they work overtime, which I don't know what overtime is if they're a salaried person, that they don't take it, they don't record it, and it stays on the books. And it's my understanding that we paid a fairly substantial dollar amount out to an individual with council's approval or knowledge. So I would like you to give an explanation of that and it be on record so that it doesn't really happen again.
So you're talking like comp time?
So you're aware,
Yeah.
that incident was per attorney recommendation based on some legal parameters involved and how the position was structured. So it would be important then to include that detail of, because that caught me by surprise as well. So the policy manual doesn't address it. And so that would be a key element so that that mistake doesn't occur.
Okay, and sorry, were you talking to me, Ms. Sykes?
Yes,
I was
sorry.
No, I was kind of,
I was asking.
I am
Yeah.
not privy to any of this. I
Yeah.
need to work with HR to figure out what the structure is, but
Yeah, you understand what my request is, Mr. Moore?
What we would need.
you've got to fill me in. You got to fill me in.
I will.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, what we would need is,
and how many exempt employees does the city have?
I'm exempt
So you and the administrator,
and
those are the only two.
no, and the water sewer supervisor when working
Well,
is normally exempt and the gas supervisor is exempt.
Oh, yeah, the gas supervisors.
So you have 3 basically, right?
So we have three.
So if we had a parks superintendent, if we had a streets.
You guys are gonna hate me, but the gas supervisor's salary range is not within the exempt guidelines of the state.
Pay them.
So if he is in fact an exempt employee, then he needs to be compensated as an exempt. That's the law.
Right.
I agree.
A lot that we all need to.
All right, well, we went through all the raises and now we're getting into new business and it's getting late.
Yeah.
So let's drop this for a little bit. We can pick it up somewhere else. We got some things to work on. We learned that if nothing else. Let's move on to new business. You have an enclosure for the approval of Saltron equipment and water measuring devices. And I know I've been scolded for overstepping my bounds, but we've been contacted by a dam safety engineer, the Department of Water Resources. They've came down, they've had meetings with us. We are over 30 days past due on these measuring devices. They have to have it fixed. This stemmed from when Dagger overflowed. This is a serious situation. So in an emergency type situation, we had to act.
Mr. Cohen.
Didn't realize the state engineer. He hadn't what he did.
Oh,
That was why he. So
Okay,
When it comes from
Yeah.
the state, I don't think you got any choice.
Yeah.
no, we don't.
Devices, they already bought $6,000 devices.
Yeah, we're
They
gonna,
are no good.
we're gonna try to return them or we're gonna put them on Martin and Horseshoe. One of the two.
Yes.
The reason we're going with the Saltron equipment is because the Division of Water Resources installs them. They maintain them, they service them, and it gets them off our back. They're happy that we're gonna comply. And after everything that's happened with Dagger overflowing and going past the due dates on the measuring and telemetry was supposed to do, I think it's a no-brainer. I think we have to. So that's my opinion. You got the proposal in front of you.
I make a motion that we approve the proposal in front of us tonight to have the state install those.
I got a motion. by
second
Veronica
it.
Mays. I got a second by Nick Hill.
And I'll just say that, you know, our water attorney, our water engineer, I mean, this is all conversations with the professionals. Like, we're not overstepping our bounds. We are going to those people.
Nick,
I mean,
How much is it?
and they strongly support this. And, you know, I know the equipment was already purchased back in February, March, sometime like that. And as the mayor said, we're gonna try to refund it or use it elsewhere.
Yeah,
So it would be really exciting if we could get most of these things on something that can be monitored without sending people all over our water lines trying to figure this out. So
Are you like having meetings outside of council? Because you all seem to know.
Carmen,
I've been having Zoom meetings with the water resources people have asked me, the numerous ones. There's Jeff Montoya is filling in for Burgosh. Mark Perry from the Dam Safety. They've requested Zoom meetings. Mr. Conlander set them up. I've taken individuals. So far, I've had Fred and Veronica. So we only have 2 people in these meetings, but we have to fix this. We're without an administrator. We have not done this. We have to comply.
And that is on the administrators. Was administrator's problem because you didn't get it done.
Right.
I agree.
Yep.
So we have to do it or the water resources people can come and shut our valve off to our city lake if they want. So what I do, I don't want to be the only one in those Zoom meetings. So I'm going to ask every council member, so everybody's up to date. There's nothing wrong with being informed and making these decisions. If I had it, my say, we wouldn't have a sunset law because we have to talk and make the right decision. And that's all that's happened. And it just slows us up having to do it this way. And Rick's been involved and I think he agrees. I don't think we have much choice.
when we do it open, I mean.
You have any choice?
Behind closed doors.
Right.
it's Carmen, they've had these meetings for years. Charles Bryant used to attend them.
Yeah, he did.
So it's not like it's a new process. And I appreciate the mayor and Fred and Veronica and every other council that's trying to get us up to date. We're in big, big trouble, Carmen. We're in big trouble.
I'm just keeping them informed. I'm trying to get everybody informed and I don't get to everybody, but I try. I'm going to take turns with every councilman for these Zoom meetings with all the water people, just so everybody has a chance to answer their questions, ask questions and try to get back to where they're not afraid of Dagger overflow and they're not afraid of something going wrong.
I'm afraid of that.
Well, and I mentioned to the mayor today, I've been here 2 years and like, I actually feel like I'm learning something and being a part of it. So I thanked him very much for inviting me along.
Every Tuesday at 9:30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got to speak with the new water engineers last week after the Zoom with and there's other deficiencies that we're gonna have to address soon. You remember? Metering on our main water gate. And
Over there at the, yeah.
there,
There's too little for me to read.
But Carmen,
this is deficiencies on the.
Yeah. But it's getting late. We got a motion in a second.
Yeah.
We're ready for the vote.
We're ready for the vote. Roll call.
Yes.
Mayor Rosati?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes?
yes,
Denny?
Yes.
Ms. Gaines?
Yes.
Vigo?
Yes,
Mr. Ecker?
Definitely.
yeah, we'll sleep better.
Next, mayor and city council comments. The only thing I would have to start is, we did hire this KRW to try to find us a temporary city administrator, and I know Rick would love to have somebody take some burden off of him. There was the guy that I think Catherine sent us those three names, and Roger something, I can't remember. He's available September 2nd. And he's got big, high credentials, and I think everybody got that email from her on those three people. This one is named Roger, and I forgot his last name.
Klinkerberg, something like that.
Yeah. I don't know what the protocol is, but if we get to September 2nd, I don't think we're gonna have anybody. I think we need to let him know that if he's still available, so he don't go running off somewhere else, maybe we can maybe nail him down before it's too late.
You want to set a meeting with?
I think we need to do an interview or something.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I want him to know that we're interested and that we don't want to lose him and go another month or however long it's going to take to get this. I think this search is going to take a little while.
Okay, so that's maybe something we can set up for next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you check with him in his schedule? You want me to?
I think you can or
I
Rick
can. Okay. I'll make sure he's still available. So. Wants to retire, he said, but he said he's probably not there. Anyway, that's everything I have. I think it's getting late.
There was gonna be a motion that you were gonna put at mayor's comments, and I'll be damned if I can remember what it was.
Oh, yeah.
What was it? Yeah, the boring.
Boring.
Yes. We have to approve that. I forgot.
Yes.
We're gonna need another motion on the boring.
Yeah, let me find that.
I got it here.
Fred said earlier.
7,200 for boring, Fred.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept a contract for boring out at the TA and Taco Bell for $7,200.
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Rick Jennings, a second by Nick Vihil to approve the boring if necessary and giving utility department the authority to do that if they deem it necessary. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Jacker,
Yes.
Mr. Kenny,
Yes.
Trujillo,
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Rosani.
Yes.
Passes.
Any other council comments?
Excuse me once again, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Are you going to perhaps correct the contract approval process with your headhunter, with your consultant?
I got you, Mark. I make a motion that we approve the KRW Associates contract to, in our city administrator search.
Second.
We had a motion by Ms. Mays, second by Jackie Sykes. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
And what was the dollar amount of that contract, please?
It was up to 15,000.
Okay, thank you.
15,500.
Yeah, it was 15.5, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So the only other thing I quickly have to say is, obviously, I've been screaming and shouting about these pay bands for 2 years. There was a motion that was made months ago to start working on the employee manual, and it was supposed to be Carmen and I and Sharon that were supposed to start working on that. I really think it's something we need to do, take the time and get it done. I'm still willing to help with that if, someone else wants to.
I will help.
But we need to do it.
We do need to do it.
I mean, even if we hit those pay bands first, we've got to get them out of that employee manual.
So what was for my knowledge, what was the, I guess, issue with the 2022 handbook, and maybe I should just go back to the meeting where that was discussed. Is there a reason why it wasn't approved? Were there changes to that needed to be made?
I think the administrator left them in a lit, and then I think he went from annual salaries to hourly, like it just was so dramatic of changes that it was hard to kind of track. And I just think, and then he left and.
Okay.
But there was a lot of things, Sharon, remember when we had sat down and went through a lot of stuff, there was a lot of things that needed to be addressed. And I mean, I almost think it wouldn't hurt to have actually like an HR professional, actually like an attorney type level, go through that and
study.
Yeah,
We should have a,
so the development of it might take a while and might take some kind of reviewing what the current policies are and what's actually going on and how those are actually being implemented. But I mean, we update employee policies all the time for our clients, and we have dozens of samples that we can look at.
I think ours is just so cluttered. I mean, there's like job description, like there's just so much stuff in this employment manual that should not be in this employment.
Right, it just needs to be updated and it needs to be enforced consistently going forward, I think, and I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, we do.
So whatever needs to happen there, I think it's something that needs to be addressed as a priority. Especially with the new administrator coming in, so that's.
Right.
So if that's something that your firm can help us with.
Right.
I would motion for that. So I don't know if you need a motion or what you need.
Correction.
I mean, I got it.
You got it.
Okay. I talked to Catherine about this. We set up. I need to get the sewer and water people some guidance and try to get these guys up to speed. There's a lot of in talking to the water resources people and the dam safety people. When we call for water, we gotta know, they tell us you take 66% of your shares on this valve. We don't have anybody who knows how to do that. I would like to talk to Mr. Harriman about a possible contract, not as an employee. I've talked to a lot of the employees and they asked me they need some guidance and know how to do it right. The dam safety people, the water resources people are encouraging us to get some kind of people up to speed so we can do this. Can we set up some kind of executive session for possibly next Monday and discuss this with him?
Okay,
And I'm probably overstepping my bounds, but I did anyway.
and is there a proposal that he sent?
I don't have it yet, but he will have us one by then.
Okay.
I will almost certainly object to that executive session. It goes to the core of an executive session, January 17th, which my news organization contends was illegally convened.
Yes, I understand, Mark. I'm asking our attorney what we can do.
Okay.
Catherine?
So is that something council wants to do?
oh, this is my opinion. My opinion is we're in big trouble. And we've been in big trouble with our water engineer and our water engineer and, yeah. So to me, we have to put something in place and we have to have somebody that has the knowledge. I don't know of anybody else that has the knowledge that he does on how to manage it. So I don't know what options we have. I don't know if anybody can come up with another option. I've said for a year that something has to happen and we've got more farther in trouble in a year. And if anybody disagrees, speak it. But I believe we have got more trouble in the past year with the engineers, with the division of water. I don't know that we have a choice.
I just feel we got a better chance of negotiating a decent contract with a private contract in executive session than we do in a public meeting, just so we can be free to talk and maybe narrow something down with him.
Yeah,
I
we
would
can,
like to say something if I may.
Go
May I
ahead.
speak? So this is Dee May Sandoval. I just think this is all quite interesting considering the first meeting, Mayor Vasani, you came out and said that you would be willing to set a precedent. And then you walked that statement back the next day when you were interviewed by the local paper. And here you are again today bringing it up. I'm not anti-David Harriman. Please don't take it that way. What I'm anti is that you handpick people that you want to put in a position at a salary that they want and call the shots on what their contract's going to be. How fair is that to other citizens in that community? How do you know that there isn't someone out there in the community that has that expertise that could fill that position as well? How do you know that?
I'm pretty sure I know. I've talked to all the Division of Water Resources people. I've talked to Dam Safety Inspector. I've talked to everybody I can think of. And I don't believe there's anybody else out there.
Okay.
So if Miss Mays or Miss Sandoval, if you have anybody or you can find anybody that can do that, I would definitely like you to bring them forward.
So then why don't you post the position?
If the position is posted, we have a water and sewer superintendent posted.
Gentlemen, this gentleman has worked for the city of Walsenburg for over.
Isn't it posted?
Has the experience.
I understand that, and he left the city. He left the city high and dry. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carmen, quick.
Contractor is, he had his own equipment.
That's why we need to have a sit down and
I was
negotiate.
gonna say, that's what we're trying to, this negotiation so that we can get what we need out of this and that everybody is, you know, that we can all come to a conclusion.
I want to use it for training more than anything. I want to get one of our own personnel up to speed and get some knowledge to where we know we can talk to the water engineer and tell him how many CFS we're taking. They can call us and tell us what to do. Our people need to know how to do that.
Happened to all Bruce and Harriman had. They all disappeared when he did. He had everything written down as to what he did and how many turns. He was here.
Well, we know.
Presented one at the housing authority meeting.
I understood somebody threw him away and it wasn't him, but anyway, we're stuck with this. I'm not trying to mess with anybody. I'm trying to get it fixed.
Was your plan from the beginning and doesn't look
There was no plan for.
Well, Mom, bring something forward. Bring somebody forward, Monica.
But if you're gonna offer a
Monica.
contract, then you need to offer that to other people.
So can we just post can we just post it then?
Well,
See if other people step forward. I mean,
As a contract position.
as a contract
That
position.
knows our raw water lines.
There was our
Yeah.
person.
That knows our raw water line.
Water rights, everything. Yeah.
I don't remember who that was, but he was a previous employee.
But now you've got this monitoring. Nobody's gonna have to go out there every single.
Oh, come on.
You're gonna challenge.
This is what we need to do. We need to write a letter to the to the water attorneys, to the thing stating that citizens are going to bring forward somebody that can fulfill ours. Until then, don't cut off our water. Until we get somebody, don't cut off our water.
Certification, the apprenticeship stuff that those two guys are doing. Isn't that?
Monica, you do not
Jeez.
understand the crisis we are in. They can shut off our water tomorrow. They can, Mr. Vazani, can they shut off our water tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want our water shut off tomorrow?
What about so they say he's your savior? He specifically was fined a year ago when he left?
He's been gone 3 years.
And the meters are a mess because he never replaced the water meters. That's why.
That's the council's responsibility. Okay, anyway,
You need to make it look as good as you possibly can.
No favoritism.
It just looks bad, that's all.
So I say that we let the water shut off.
Like he asked you to do, you fire gates, yeah, that's how it looks, okay? I get that you're.
That's how you're making it sound.
And there's issues.
Yeah.
What?
So they're making it sound.
Monica, I didn't get on here to care how I looked. I mean, I didn't ask for this. I had no plan of getting rid of gay.
I don't want the newspaper to go whatever they're doing.
Oh, they do it.
Say whatever they want to say.
Executive session.
Okay, let's go.
11.
3 bids. That's what I've been hearing all night. 3 bids.
3 what?
Minutes.
Bids.
Oh, 3 minutes, okay.
No, 3 bids. BIDS, 3 bids is what.
We advertised for a water and sewer superintendent since January. We haven't got one, so.
So,
What are we doing? What are we doing?
yeah, just for clarity, I heard a suggestion about putting out a contract for bid or an RFP, so I think staff maybe needs some direction on what the will of council is on this.
Consultant, isn't it?
I think this is an emergency situation. Dam safety engineer and the water resources people have every meeting. They come down here and met with us. This is serious. And I do not know of anybody else that can get us going. And all I want to do, I don't want to employ him. The reason it's a contract is so he's not an employee. He's not going to boss people. He's going to try to train people. That's all we're trying to do. And I don't see where we have an option. I don't have he could be gone tomorrow and he could move away and then we'd be stuck trying to fix it. But I guarantee you it's going to take us a while to fix it. Because I do not know how many turns to turn a valve to get 6 CFS of water, not make dagger overflow and report to the water engineer. I mean, there's paperwork. I mean, these people, water is serious business in Colorado. We have to keep up with it.
What about the ORC people? Do they know that stuff?
No.
No.
Well, so
They know the water treatment and they know the sewer.
has anybody here read the report from the dam inspector? What all we were supposed to do 8 and 9 months ago that never has been touched? Pardon me?
He did do it when he was here. That's the whole thing. It screwed up after.
You're exactly right. The record will show, Rick. So if you guys want to see, have you read it? Have you read the dam report?
I'm willing to go into an executive session for negotiation.
I can provide for you a decade's worth of dam reports, which read very, very similarly, Jackie. There have been similar problems, in fact, almost identical language in the last decade's worth of dam reports.
Yeah. Yeah, and they put their foot down now.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I will mute after this, I promise. My contention has nothing to do with Mr. Harriman or hiring a consultant and solving the water problem. My contention is this is clearly a matter of immense public importance and public scrutiny, and to do it behind closed doors so you can talk freely is an abdication of what we put you on that bench for. The spotlight burns.
I can do it. Yeah, if we have to, we do it. It's just easier.
Do it in public. I would encourage you to do it in public. That's my only comment on it. Thank you.
Okay.
We can talk about this. I'll look into it. I might have some further guidance from you just based on everything that's going on kind of surrounding this issue.
If it's just long enough to get us out of hot water. I mean, I don't care. We got to fix this. Rick, don't you agree? We got to fix this.
I still don't think it would hurt to just post it. I mean, I could get anyone else post for a week. I mean, we posted for an administrator for a week, so.
The Colorado Division of Water was very, very cordial, but matter of fact.
Yep.
Very cordial and matter of fact.
And my point is, we advertised for a department head for water and sewer that's 65,000 or so. We never got a bite. So I don't know how.
Very specific consulting. I mean, this is different than posting for a job.
I'll bet you nobody applies.
And
Okay.
what I'm saying is, we did our due diligence.
We need to fix it. If you guys want to sit a week, I don't care, but
So you can agree to a contract in private? That doesn't have to be public?
But we would have to come out to agree with.
no, it'll be, the final contract will be in a public session. But
I'm just asking.
it's just way easier to communicate with somebody one-on-one and get things hashed out. I think you do it in a tenth of the time versus trying to do it in a public meeting.
Okay, so she's gonna give us more guidance, right?
But whatever our attorney tells us to do, that's what I'll do.
Yep.
Is that fair enough?
Okay, come on.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know. So, yeah, it is getting kind of late. I may have to kind of confer with Sharon in HR to get a further update on the topic for M13 on the topic of executive session tonight. I did already, send council an update on that this week. And I don't know that I really have, much more of an update.
I would entertain a motion to dispense with the executive session because of the late hour. We have discussed the replacement guy, Roger. And that's about all I had in there anyway, so.
Okay.
I'll make
Anybody?
that motion.
Nick, I got a motion by Nick Vihil,
I'll second.
second by Rick Jennings to dispense with the executive session for tonight.
Would you please say the motion, Nick?
We're not gonna do the executive session.
Not gonna do the exact, okay. And who did the second?
I did.
Rick Jennings.
Thank you.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Second.
Third,
Who seconded the motion?
we all did.
I know.
Oh, I don't know. The RFP for what?
Contract.
What contract?
There was no motion.
We're gonna advertise.
Gonna give us more.
There was no motion.
There is no motion for anything.
Direction, so. Direction,
We gave direction.
direction, put it in the newspaper. What it was.
Yeah, they adjourn.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Donald.
Yeah, I